everybody. Welcome to Dusty Book Sniffers and Reading with Neva. How is everybody today for this wonderful Friday? All I can say is thank God it's Friday. My week has been kicking my butt this week. And I'm so glad the weekend's up. Tomorrow I'm going out to do some cross-stitching with some friends and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, I've got a 5-hour round trip of driving, so I'll get some reading done during that time as well and all the things. How are you, Neva?
I'm good. Hanging in.
Cool. As we all are. What's happening today? What are you reading?
I'm reading Anne of Green Gables.
Oh, you're cutting it fine.
Yeah, I know. I finished that I needed to finish for these sprints. And now I just need to read Anne of Green Gables. It won't take me that long. Plus, like, it's narrated by Rachel McAdams, which is cool. So.
Awesome.
Yeah. That's where we are.
And you can't talk about it. You can't give your thoughts about it. Because the video will come out on the weekend, right?
Yeah, on Saturday, right? I think it's Saturday at 12
Eastern, yeah. It's the 20th. 20th at 12 Eastern. So.
Yeah, that's what I have marked down. So I hope that's when it comes out. Yeah, so I mean, I'm cutting it fine, you know what I'm saying? But it's fine. So
cool. Awesome. I can't wait to watch the videos. I'm scared at the same time. So, yeah. Because you're all you're all very different readers.
Like, honestly, for this specific thing, we could not have gotten a group of more different people to do this.
I know. It's so weird. I mean, truth be told, I'm probably the outlier because I align with just about everybody. Because I'm so eclectic in my reading.
Like, there's that specifically read only certain things. Like me, because nobody knows. But me coming up with a list, I just want you to know how long that took me to do.
That's why I made it easier for you. This is what I'm reading. Just give me one.
So long, because according to Storygraph, since 2022, I've read 299 books. Actually, today I will have read my 300th book since using Storygraph, which was Silver Foxed. Okay, so that's a feat. You know what I'm saying? That's like 100 plus books a year. But anyway, so I was like, all right, cool. And then, like, I was looking at it, and I was like, okay, nothing lower than a 4-star, but even narrowing it down like that, there were still so many to go through.
This year alone, my 4 stars are right up there. It's just like, it's insane. I like that on your list, Unhinged made it and Squeak.
Listen, it got put under the weird smut category. Along with the 4-star orc smut that I read.
And I couldn't pick any of them because I'd read them all.
Because I read the orc smut. We read the orc smut on Betsy Sprints back when we were reading weird shit on Sprints. Yeah. We should do that again.
The weird smut is just like, it's just so much fun. Like, it's just so much fun.
Hinge and Squeak are some of the best things I've ever read. Honestly, the only thing that beat that out this month so far, as far as smut goes, is Silver Foxed. Silver Fox, I just finished that. That was like the spiciest thing that I have read in a
Is it a full novel or a short story?
It is. It's only like 100. I think it's 160 pages. So like it's
that's a novel. Yeah.
But it looks like that author only writes novellas, but all of her heroines are plus size.
Yep.
And it was like an age gap, dad's best friend, like forced proximity, romance. I don't know. It was so good. Anyways, the premise of it was that they both, Alex and then this dude Elijah. So Elijah is the dad's best friend, right? is 30, which I love. Okay, we love an older like heroine, and then Elijah's like 45, and basically like her parents don't communicate with each other, so the two of them end up at her parents' like summer home at the same time, and then they like agree to have like a weekend fling, and then that's it. Of course, that's never how it ends. You know what I mean? But Bree read it, and, like, see, because she made me. Well, Katie had told me that she wanted me to read The Teacher, and then Bree was like, "You really should read The Teacher." I gave it 5 stars. I gave it 2 stars. I hate
That's
them.
Frida McFadden, is it? Yeah.
All I'm gonna say is it's really. Maybe it's because of like my own past trauma. It really could be, but it's like heavy on the grooming, and it makes me want to just. And then like the twist at the end, it made me sick. Like it just all made me sick. Okay, it was just a little bit. I can understand why like people would like it, and like Bree was like, well, it's supposed to be uncomfortable, which like I get, but I just could not. Like after the 50% mark, I literally finished it because I needed to know how it ended. I was not gonna sleep until I knew. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But she was like, "Here, read
this." Also signifies a good book.
Yeah, it wasn't good. I don't
because the content for you was it, but if you needed to know how it ended, this is also content aside signifies that it was written well.
But I don't even think it was written well, to be honest. Frida McFadden, I think, is one of those authors where she keeps me engaged long enough that I want to know what happens because it's going to bother me to not know the ending. But I feel like if I thought that the story was done well, I would have given it higher than 2 stars, even though the content grossed me out. Because I've done that before. Reading content like that is like abhorrent to me, but I still gave it like high marking because the writing was good or the story was good or whatever. I just felt like it was a lot of like, I don't know, it was very blatant, and like I felt like a lot of it
was a teacher and student relationship, right?
I don't even think I would classify it as that. So basically, the premise of this is that we end up following 3 POVs, but for the first part of it, we only follow 2. So for the first part of the book, we're following Eve, who is a teacher. She's an English teacher, and then we're following Addie or Adeline. That should have been my first clue. Is one of the main characters' names? But anyway. They were following Addie, who is a student at this high school that Eve teaches English at, or teaches math at, right?
Yep.
Okay, so Addie, the year before, had a controversy where there was rumor or suspicion that she was having a relationship with the other math teacher at this school. And she has trouble with math, so he was like tutoring her or whatever, but it turned into like her stalking his house, and then she got caught stalking him like outside of his house, and then the police were like, were you having an affair? And she was like, no. But you know what I'm saying? So like it's that whole thing. He gets fired or he resigns because that's what they do, right? And then we go, but then as we go through the book, eventually we get Nathaniel's point of view, which Nathaniel is Eve's husband, and he's also a teacher at this school. He teaches English.
She's taking a very long time.
You can try, Ari. Otherwise, but if she hangs up on you again, bring my phone. Don't just be bothering Grandma Nancy. Anyways, so she eventually we follow
her every 2 minutes.
Eventually we follow Nathaniel's point of view, right? Nathaniel is Eve's husband. And he is an English teacher at this school. And he's, like the hot teacher. He's like the teacher every girl has a crush on. Right? He's also a fucking groomer. Okay? Just saying. So, like, there's that. But, like, the thing is like, it was just so gross. Like, my skin was crawling. But the one thing I can give for Frida McFadden is that she like writes in such a way that you, as grossed out as you are, like, you need to know how it ends because I wouldn't even say that this book had a happy ending. I don't think that this book had a happy ending to it. I'm not really sure that the housemaid did either, to be honest with you.
No.
You know what I'm saying? But like,
Yeah.
I don't feel like this have like a happily for now or anything like that. I just feel like it was just kind of gross, and I just felt like there were things in it that were kind of unnecessary. Like, we got the picture of like what it was supposed to be. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
And I felt like there was just a lot of stuff that was happening that I was like, this is just like kind of unnecessary to include this. Like, I just don't really understand why we're doing it. So I read Silver Fox right after that, which is basically, I mean, there's a little bit of plot and mostly, I mean, they have sex everywhere. Okay, which was fine. It was a great time.
I laugh because you said it's a weekend fling, and I'm just thinking back to like,
I gave it 5
yeah,
stars.
I've been there.
I gave it 5 stars, and I'm not really like a novella girly. Like, novellas are not my favorite thing because I'm always like wanting like seeking out more.
Yeah.
I will say this, just a heads up for anyone who's like listening to me talk about Silver Fox and is like, oh, I'm gonna read this. There is heavy breeding kink in this book. So like, I need you to be aware of that, because like, listen, and I said this in the group chat over the Instagram group chat that I'm in. I am not like a accidental pregnancy kind of girly. Like, I don't like that trope. It annoys me. I, however, did not know that breeding kink would not bother me. Like, I was like, cool, I guess. Like, I mean, it wasn't like the thing that like made the book for me. You know what I mean? But it wasn't like a thing that was super annoying either. And I thought that the way that the book wrapped up, because there is an epilogue, which sometimes I feel is unnecessary, but the way that the epilogue was written in this book,
Why is it not 2 epilogues? If it's just 1 epilogue, you can deal, but 2? Come on.
It was just 1, thank God.
Yeah.
Unlike The Sinner, which The Sinner would have been like a 6-star book. That shit was dark and twisty and wonderful. But you know what they did? They gave me 2 epilogues. They gave me an epilogue from like 6 months or a year in the future, and then they gave me another one that was 18 years in the future. I don't need to know about your kids. I don't care.
I feel the same way. As soon, like, it can be a 5-star book, but as soon as there's a second epilogue, boom, down a point.
Like, and the thing is it could have ended great where it was at the end of the first epilogue. Like, you know, we're probably gonna live, you know, happily ever after, or happily for now, or as happily for now as you can when somebody, you know, does what they did with the pew pew. You know what I'm saying? But like, great, like, y'all found love somehow. I don't know how, but you did it. You did it. And then you had to give me an 18-year in the future epilogue from his point of view. And the most I got out of it was that you sent your kids to school, and then he took you in the kitchen, and it's weird. Okay? It's weird. I don't care to know that part.
Anyway, I'm not reading smart today. I'm starting the second book in the Poppy Wars today, and I'm also going to say right here, right now, that I finished Screenwriter today, because I have a huge weekend and I won't get to it. So, I actually finished it last night, and it was sort of accidental as well, because I was sort of playing a game, and then before I knew it, I only had 4 chapters left, and I'm like, then I should probably just finish this. And so then that started me finishing stuff off my currently reading, and I've got it down to 2 books. One I'm halfway through, which is The Count of Monte Cristo, and the second one, which is, what's it called, The Dragon Republic or something, is the second book, is on there. So yeah,
the question is, did you enjoy Green Rider?
Yes, I did. I really enjoyed it. I obviously, because I didn't think to turn it off, so I really enjoyed it, and I enjoyed playing my game while I was doing it. I actually ended up finishing Sorry Not Sorry last night, and I also finished The Hiding Place, which is a non-fiction memoir. So I went from fantasy to Holocaust to contemporary romance all in one evening.
That is
an interesting way. Yeah, that's what I thought too. And then I'm like, and I was wide awake still at 12 o'clock, and I'm like, I should start another book. And I'm like, no, turn the light off and close your eyes. So evidently I've gone from being, I don't know if I was in a slump because I've still been reading, but obviously I was slumpy, maybe. I don't class myself as going into slumps. And so, yeah, they're just days that I don't read. And so basically, hey, Kota, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you? I'm
good.
tired.
So am I. So it's all good. In good company. So yeah. So I don't know what I was saying now, but anyway, how's your day been?
Good. I just got off of work not too long ago, and yeah, I'm ready for a nap.
Yep. How was your first week?
It's been good so far. It's been pretty chill, and yeah, but it's going. I'm getting my routine.
Awesome. And everything's going well with setup and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, I'm just tired because I'm not used to having something to do for 9 hours a day. So
Isn't it amazing how quick you get out of routine, though?
I'm like, oh man.
So the first sprint will be a nap sprint for you, and we won't see you for the rest of the night, right?
I might take a nap. I'm so behind on my reading.
Yeah, I was just talking about all the books I finished last night because I was feeling like I was in a bit of a slump. And I finished Green Rider last night. I finished The Hiding Place last night, and I finished Sorry Not Sorry on that. So
wow, you did. Yeah, you did enough reading for me, so I can just take
you can take the night off. Yeah. So yeah. So now I only have the Count of Monte Cristo. So I cleaned up my I paused for now one book, so I took that off because I haven't been back to it for a couple of months, but I'll probably get back to it in spooky season anyway. So I just paused it for now, so I took it off my currently reading. It was Kindle book, and there was a heap of books on there that I wasn't actually currently reading. I just put them there so I remembered that I had to read them. So I've taken them off as well. And so it went from like 11 down to 1. And then I've just added the second book for Poppy Warzone. So, yeah. I haven't started it yet.
Me either. I still haven't started Green Rider.
And this week I also finished Sluts as well.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was just getting, I just caught up with all the Voxer messages. Just.
Yeah.
And I do have a response to your 10-minute message. But I haven't. I'll do that.
It's actually probably more like a 15-minute message if you include the Snoop Dogg reading.
Dude, that's pretty cool.
That was pretty good.
I was like,
and Gwyneth as well.
Yeah. No, I enjoyed Snoop Dogg reading about horrible things.
So for those, just to put it in context, I'd done a trial of Speechify because I had some stuff that I had to catch up on, and I had a PDF, and it says that it reads PDFs, and I thought I'd test it out. One for me, also for Savannah as well, because they gear it towards college students.
I was wondering if this is what you use, because I've also done this because I wanted to test it out because that's what they advertise, is that Snoop Dogg can read you your textbooks.
Yeah. So anyway, you get I think it's a week free or something like that, and I cancelled it. Right, I know I cancelled it, and then I had money go into my subscriptions account, and then I'm like, why am I getting bounced for Stan and Prime and all that sort of stuff? I went and had a look, and then I realised I hadn't checked my email, and Speechify had got me for a year's worth of Speechify. So by default, I ended up with a premium Speechify, which is $164 Australian for the year. And then I'm like, oh, well, I've got it now for a year. I've definitely gone in and cancelled that. And then it wouldn't let me log in, and it was saying that I didn't have premium. I'm like, listen here, you suckers. You have actually charged me $164. You're going to give me the shit that I'm owed. So I got onto them, and then they sorted it all out. So that's all sorted out. And then it takes a little while for PDFs to load up into it. It took a little while for it to happen. But when it did happen, I had Snoop Dogg and Gwyneth Paltrow reading. So For part of it, I had Snoop Dogg, and it was just making it all the more enjoyable to read. And
Right.
then Gwyneth Paltrow, I put her on, and it was even funnier. The only drawback is it reads every single piece of text that is on the page. So if you have a book that has the page number and it also has the author and it has the title, it will read that between each page break. But it's really good because it also you can speed it up as well. So yeah.
So does it do that on Kindle too, or no? Because it's separate.
I don't know because I haven't read a book through Kindle yet. So I can't decide which book I want to read through Kindle because I've got a whole heap of documents that are in there that I want to read now for NetGalley. But I have to download them as a PDF. They won't pick up in the Kindle. It'll only pick up actual legit Kindle books, not NetGalley ARCs.
That's weird.
Yeah, so but because you can get the NetGalley ARCs, generally you can get them as a PDF download or like a
right. But they should fix that. Like, come on, Speechify.
Yeah, that's the only drawback with it. But I'm trying to work out how. I don't know whether it's my internet that's making it slow or whatever. But I had a fun time listening to Sluts being read by Snoop Dogg. That's all I'm going to say. If nothing else, you should all go out and get the book Sluts if you're into body horror and full-on graphic content around male and male sex. If you're into that and you're happy to read that, go and get the book Sluts by Dennis Cooper. Highly recommend. And Speechify. Listen to Snoop Dogg read it. You'll have a fabulous time. So yeah, I've had actually a pretty good reading week. That is what I'm trying to get at. So it was a lot of fun.
I have so much catching up to do. I need to mark the book ahead again.
Do you know what? I finished it last night. I finished Green Rider last night because I was playing a game and I forgot to pause where I was supposed to so I could finish it off on Sunday. And I just went, oh, well, I've only got 2 chapters left. I may as well just read it.
I'm pretty sure that we only have 2 sessions left, right?
Yeah, it finishes up. This book finishes up on Sunday. So you can pretty much just go for it, Coda.
I can just read the whole book this weekend.
Yeah, just read the whole book. All right, let's have a look who's here. Atia was here very early at 8:15. I was still just getting out of bed at that time, but hello.
At the end of the party.
Glenn was also here at 8:50. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Christina is here. Name changed for Christina to Katrina. Okay, there we go. I'm really tired, so yeah. It's going to be that way today. Remember to hydrate. Show some love to Aneva because we are streaming over there as well. Ro is also here. Hello, Ro. Everybody just saying hello. I'm just going to scoot through these. Alicia is also here doing some book journaling and reading more of A Kingdom of Flesh and Fire. Nice. Everybody saying hello. Let me just get through this. Hello to Courtney. How are you today? Is there a stream? Mine is just a thumbnail. What says we're live?
Which channel?
She might have to refresh.
Yeah, because it sometimes locks into place. It says we're live on Neva's channel, probably not on mine.
And if you sometimes if you join early, like if you click on it, and it does like the countdown and everything, it won't actually start you, especially if you're on your phone.
Yeah, that's definitely the case.
Now on the TV too, mine goes into like sleep mode, and then you have to like click.
Yeah, the TV. I find that with anything that's not your computer, it's very rare that it actually starts the stream for you when the stream starts.
Hello, Sabrina. How are you? It's all playing, so there should be. I just checked mine. It's definitely there. Yours definitely there as well. So yeah, Jean's also here as well. Welcome to Sabrina. Sorry, I keep clicking off that for some reason.
It was me. I was checking to make sure.
Hello, Sabrina. How are you? Welcome, and let us know where you're watching from and what you're reading today. Sorry about that. I don't know. I'm just trigger happy with the mouse today. I'm just clicking on everything, going everywhere. We've also got Tanil as well. Hello. Hello to Kay. Amber Lee's also joining us as well. Hello. What are we all reading today? Anne is also here. Hello, Anne. Jamie has also joined as well. Good morning, Jamie. Listening through my mid-month reading update video so I can upload it and maybe post it by the end of the first sprint. Good luck. I hope it gets all uploaded for you, and then we can go and watch that during the sprints today. Hello to Jamie. Courtney's saying it. We have a Nicole. I don't know what's going on for you at the moment. Chris is also here as well. Crystal is also here listening to Haunting of Ashburn Manor and working on diamond painting. I started in my Can I Trust Nicole vlog. I'm almost halfway through. I don't know how we're going to go. I'm a little bit scared. You're all freaking me out. Now I know how you feel, and I know that after today, after it goes, I can go, it's back to normal again. I'm just reading, and I'm talking about books. I'm not sitting on the sideline going, are they going to be nasty? Is it a 20 by, it's 20 inches by 27 or 20 centimeters? No, it'll be 20 inches. That's huge. It's poster size. Awesome. Square or round? This is a diamond painting we're referring to, so yeah. If you're not sure,
it could be 20 centimeters, but that would be tiny.
20 centimeters is only like this big.
That's what I was saying, because like the Poe is 32.8 by 35.9.
Yeah, which is 12 inches by 12.
And she's 13 by 14 inch. So I was like, that couldn't be right.
No, I'd say it's 20. Like most diamond paintings I get are in inches. They're very rarely in centimeters, unless it's a Diamond Art Club one.
Yeah, Diamond Art Club gives you both.
That's
yeah,
right.
Amazon are centimeters.
Are they?
Usually.
Okay. Oh yeah, I guess the ones that I've got from AliExpress back in the day, they were all in centimeters as well, because they ship out to more people that use centimeter, the metric system. Tennille is still behind on High King Street. Oh, it's going to get good. All I can say. I know things. For the first time this month, I actually know things. So yeah, it's going to get good. I was happy. Overall, I only gave 3.75, but the way it wrapped up and what happened and all that sort of stuff was good. I enjoyed it thoroughly. And I don't know whether that's because I just I got fully absorbed into the story because I didn't have that break. Or not. Well, considering I forgot to turn it off, I accidentally went ahead, which, I mean, is on brand for me because I do that all the time.
Good sign, right?
Yeah, it's a good sign, right? I think so. I'm so glad I took tomorrow off, but I have to boot up my work laptop. I forgot to set out of Office. Bugger. This week kicked my butt too. No one has pleased everyone so far. I know, right? But to be fair, you all picked your books. I just gave you a list. So really, it's on you guys. See, I just went that way instead. But so I mean, I liked your books, Crystal. They were pretty good. Yeah, so, yeah. Hello to Jean. I must be super fussy. I've had hardly any 4 or 5 star reads, and that's for this year, right?
I feel
Continuing
like I've been generous with a couple books.
Yeah. Like I've gone back and looked at my list, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not too sure why I put you, and I've changed it. I'm like, now that I've sat on this, I'm not too sure you are a 4-star book, so we're going to bump you down by half a star or whatever. I mean, I can't really do it on Goodreads, but I can on Storygraph because I get that a much better breakdown of everything that's happening. Right. Chris is continuing with June, but geez, they talk. You're not having a good time with this book. Why are you still reading it? This book would be so much shorter if they didn't have 20 conversations before doing something.
You need to include some trauma.
Hello, Charles. How are you? Thank you for joining. 100% with smart reading should come back. I reckon it should do as well. Like I used, that's how I met. I think that's how I think I. No, it wasn't how I met you, Crystal. I think that's how I met Kelsey.
It was probably talking about Kelsey because Kelsey wasn't really doing YouTube at the time that we started doing it. Like she set up a channel so that she could do sprints, so she could host sprints because we had just when we started doing like the unhinged smut streams, we were taking turns, each of us sprinting. So it would change who was sprinting depending on the book or whatever. But we would all agree on the book that we were reading.
I just love how like some people assumed that I didn't read this sort of stuff.
I didn't assume you didn't read it. It's just you don't talk about it.
Yeah, it's like I don't think you'll like it. Wait, excuse me. I like it.
It's just like but I knew that you see. Here's the thing: I knew that you were reading the books when we were doing sprints, but there are a lot of people that join in on those reads that don't usually read sprints.
Yeah.
But it's like the opposite end of the spectrum. Like a lot of people assume that all I read is smut, even though it's not even really what I talk. Like I don't really talk. I mean, I talk what.
You can always tell when it's getting close to going back to school. Mums just get very short.
Wow. Close the door. Anyways. Every 5 minutes.
I love you, but please just go away.
God.
You just need to be in another room right now.
Anyways, no. So a lot of people assume that all I read is smut, which I think is. I've always thought that this was really interesting because even when, like, especially actually when I first started my channel, I didn't talk about smut. I didn't talk about smut. And majority of what I was reading was like dark romance. That was a majority of what I was reading when I first started my YouTube channel. But I would purposely. It's how
I always thought you were just a predominantly thriller reader. That's what I got.
Because here's what happened. I started my channel, right? And then I was like, well, I can't come out the gate just like talking about dark romance because I was trying to emulate what other people were doing because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's what most of us do when we start doing something.
Even the romance readers, because here's the thing is I watched a lot of romance readers because that's at the time when I first found BookTube, that's who was on BookTube, was predominantly romance readers. That's what they talk about. But even the romance readers that did read some dark romance, it was not the predominant subgenre that they read. They read on the spectrum of romance. But I was like, I don't really like romance. Because to me, romance, it was contemporary. Romance was like fluffy, rom-commy. Like even to this day, I don't love it. You know what I mean? Like I just find it kind of cheesy and stupid. Like that's not anything against anybody else. It's just like me personally. Like I use rom-coms as like palate cleansers, but I'm not going to remember a rom-com. Just as I proved in our last Patreon sprints, I'm not going to remember a rom-com when it's over. Okay, it was fine. It was a book. It was great. Whatever. Like,
the funny thing was about those sprints when I went and looked up the book and all that sort of stuff. Like I seen this because someone else was talking about. I thought, oh, that sounds really cute. You know, find your inner bad girl, all this sort of stuff. Yeah. And then when we were on sprints together, went into Amazon or wherever I went, and I'd read the author before, not one, but 3 of their books.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's how I am with rom-coms. So I was like, okay, well, I can't go out the gate, like, talking about dark romance because nobody, even, like, people that do talk, and I didn't want to be on TikTok. That was the thing. No. I did not want to be on TikTok. And it seemed like the following for dark romance girlies or whatever was on TikTok, and I did not want to be in that cesspool. So I was like, I will just find, and I did, like, thrillers and fantasy at the time. So I was like, okay, I don't know enough about fantasy to sound intelligent when I talk about it. I know what I like when it comes to fantasy, but I don't feel like I'm intelligent when I talk about fantasy. So I was like, cool, I'll read thrillers. And the first thriller that I picked up was The Lies I Tell, I think it was called.
Mhm.
And it was a book of the month book. And I was like, cool, I'll read this. And I love that book. I gave it 5 stars. It's probably not actually a 5-star book. I'm being real. It's probably like I was going through when I had to make my list. I was going through and I was like, I gave this book 5 stars. Girl, you gave that book 5 stars in 2020. And the world was imploding. Okay, you didn't know what you were doing, so it's fine. It's okay. For 2022,
so basically, not only did we have a pandemic, we had a lot of false reviews from people.
Yeah, I didn't know what the fuck I was reading. I was just like, oh my god, a book that made me want to read. So I did like a lot of thrillers on my channel at first because I knew I liked reading thrillers, but I was too shy to talk about like actual smut. And then when I did start talking about smut, I would get like I got so many comments from people, nobody on this channel, nobody that subscribed to me. But like people that would find my live streams and they'd be like, no one cares about your sex life. No one wants to hear you talk about the disgusting books you read. So I was like, oh, maybe no one wants to hear about it. But by then everyone knew my shenanigans. So then people would ask me about it. But then people started to assume that really like I was lying, I guess, about reading thrillers. I do like a thriller. I'm not in my thriller era, but like a thriller is cool. But like, so it was like people didn't believe me. So they were like, we know all you read is smut. And I'm like, no, like I mean smut is great, but like I'm more like when I read Ninth House, people were like so surprised that I liked Ninth House and Catherine House, and I was like, I like other things other than just smut. I mean, I do like smut. I'm always in my smut era. Okay,
I always like my smut.
I'm always
it breaks the monotony up. It makes you have a giggle, especially when it's about a door or a balloon.
That's what I'm saying. Well, and here's the thing.
I like how you're like, I read more than smut, and then you hold up your Kindle with all the smut stickers.
We were just talking about this on Britney's.
And the whole time you were talking, I'm like,
because we did
5%.
Maybe 5%. Are you trying to convince us?
Okay, because we were just doing bestie sprints. It just happened that the stars aligned, and me, Kelsey, Rainey, and Brittany were all able to do sprints together. So Brittany was like, "Oh, we'll do bestie sprints." And Rainey asked me, she said, "Neva, are you in your thriller era?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Well, what era are you in?" And Kelsey said, "I'm pretty sure she's back in her smut era." And I was like, "But I never truly leave it. That's the thing. No. I never actually leave my smut era.
It's just always here. It's just that little outlier that we swing on over to every now and again. Then we come back and we're back over here.
On sprints, you know what I mean? Occasionally, I walk out the front door and I say, "Oh, look at all the pretty flowers." And I smell all the flowers. And then I'm like, I don't like these flowers anymore. And then I go back in the house. That's how my smut era is. I'm always living in my smut era. But occasionally, like, I venture out to see what everyone's so hyped about. Like, I have like thrillers. I have fantasy.
So you basically come out of your smut era to slum it into contemporary.
Right. So just to summarize,
and I'm like,
people say you mostly read smut books. They're wrong because you read other things besides smut, but you're usually in your smut era, so you mostly read smut.
What I said was,
just to summarize,
mostly read smut. The misconception is that I only read smut.
Gotcha.
So there's 3 underlines that I mostly.
It's not only, it's just mostly.
If somebody said you mostly read smut, then I would say, yes, I do. I would say that predominantly I read smut. And also my story graph would say that predominantly I read romance. But then when you look through the romance, you realize just how much dark shit I read. It's fine. But the misconception here is that people assume that I read nothing but smut. So then when I talk about things that are not smut or Riley Sager, people are like, you read those things? And I'm like, yes, I have an entire bookshelf full of things that are not smut that I have not read, but they are not smut. I mean, they're there.
And right now your neighbors are going, man, she reads a lot of smut. Hopefully they can't hear you. But I'm really happy for Alicia. She's reading the ones we mentioned on Patreon sprints on the weekend. So yeah.
I'm gonna read what is it I found the audiobook on Hoopla, so I'm gonna listen to the audiobook. Honestly, here's the thing: if you're gonna read Vera Valentine, I'm just gonna tell you just do the audios because there are sound effects, but they're very tastefully sprinkled in.
Yeah, they're subtle. They're subtle, especially in Squeak. You hear it and you're like, oh, that was so good.
Can you believe I gave Unhinged and Squeak? I gave 4 stars, and then I read The Teacher and I gave it 2.
But you knew what you were getting into, so we're really, really happy for you, Alicia. We hope that you enjoy them. Anne's also joined us as well. Charles is reading First Line Wins. I hope you enjoy it. That was a ride. Also listening to City of Glass with the family. I'll probably be at work when you read this, though, so I'll chat later. No worries, Charles. Have a good day, evening at work. Sorry about that. I missed a thing. Good evening. I'll definitely skip The Teacher. Courtney says the layout in The Teacher allows you a lot of suspense and guessing. Fair enough. But it's still... I mean,
it's not... Okay, so it's not explicit in the... I think what she means by this is, like, there's no, like, explicit sex. Like, it's implied. Like, you know that, like, there's implied sex in this book, but it's very like Fade to Black. It's very much like he kissed me and then they wake up somewhere, like, and then we woke up panting from exertion. Like, it's very much like that. You know what I mean?
Oh my God.
Here's
have Snoop Dogg read that book.
It did allow for suspense, wanting to continue to read because you wanted to know what was going on. I personally had the ick after like 50%.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, I'm not going to get Speechify until they add Luna Lovegood's voice.
Oh my God.
And then maybe I'll reread it.
Well, then I should just start reading it for Speechify because, like, I do a pretty good impression first thing in the morning. You all don't get to hear me. Like, this is my voice warmed up. But first thing in the morning, I'm sounding sexy as fuck. And very manly, to say the least. Jess is joining us today as well, reading Addie LaRue today, and that's it. Want to finish it today, but I realised I have 400 pages left, and there's going to be 400 definite pages.
It's like most of the book, right?
Yep. Hello, Chantel. How are you? Look at me going, remembering. How are you today? Thank you for joining. A very diverse reading there. Yeah, very, very much so. Hello, Dakota. Everybody's saying hello, Dakota. Hey to Jessica. Hello to Chantel. Did I spell it right? Everybody just saying hello. Hey to Kay. If you hadn't ordered dinner, if I hadn't ordered dinner, I'd be napping. I'm fading fast. I got to sleep at 3 and woke up at 7 in the office at 8:45. Ugh.
I went to bed really late last night too.
Oh, what were you doing? Working?
Sitting on the porch with the neighbors, hanging out.
Okay.
My friend Glenda stopped by with a beer, and then when we were sitting on the porch, the neighbors started coming around. So then when she left, I hung out with the neighbors, and then finally took my ass to bed, and I had the same, like, pretty much the same thing. I had to get up like 4 or 5 hours later. That's why I'm like,
yeah, that's fair. Yes, I'm all done. I hope my headache goes away so I can read physically more easily. I'm really liking the Green Rider series. So am I. I'm really keen to go on to. I almost wanted to pick up the next one last night. I'm like, no. Wait. Just cool your jets. Have a break. Then you get, because I've got a whole week break now till I've got to start it. So I can get some other stuff done. I hope your headache goes away soon. Tanil, I do as well. Thank you, Christina. My Speechify is free, I hope. No, they charged me on that, but I got a premium service. I think you can actually get it, like you can get a multitude of different English, Australian, or American and Canadian accents to read to you. But the celebrities, Mr. Beast is a YouTube celebrity, if you didn't already know that. Like, where have you been? But anyway, Mr. Beast, Snoop Dogg, and Gwyneth Paltrow is on mine, and they charged me $164 by accident. So yeah, I was not impressed. I was like, no.
Oops.
That was a huge hit. So I went in and made sure it's cancelled everywhere, like taken out credit card details, all the things, deleted it from PayPal. I think it was what PayPal I paid it with. So I've cancelled it there, cancelled it everywhere. So I shouldn't get done again. Because I don't know. I mean, I may end up re-upping, because if it turns out to be good and worth the money, then yeah, okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
But if it's not,
but you have a year to decide if you're going to do that. Then
yeah, I've got a year to decide. Yeah. And if I like it, then I'll just re-up for it and just pay for the year again, and then I've got it there. So, but if I hardly use it, then there's no point, because that's just ridiculous, waste of money. I need to read to escape the national craziness. No, everybody just saying hello to Jojo or welcome. Snoop Dogg reading would be hilarious. It was good, and Gwyneth Paltrow was pretty good as well, because she has that seriousness to her voice. Like you'd want her to read, Shakespeare or something along those lines, some sort of classic. She has Jane Austen or something like that. But reading this was, it was a fun time. It was a fun time. So yeah, it just added that extra thing. I mean, I was having a great time with the book anyway. I read half the book with my eyeballs, and I was having a fabulous time with it anyway. Speechify reads the Kindle books I have on my laptop, but not on the app. Okay, the app, it opened up. It opened up in it, but I didn't press on anything. So, so I might have to check it out on my laptop and see if that works. My PDF reader actually read a carrot symbol. It was supposed to be an edit in the PDF of Sluts.
Did it say carrot?
But yours didn't sound that bad either. Although you couldn't speed yours up. I can actually speed mine up, which was good. Although Snoop Dogg reads pretty fast anyway. Like it was reading the text pretty fast. But when I sped it up, it was even faster, which was like, it sounded like it was on 1.5 when it was on 1 time speed. So, and then it was sort of chipmunky when you got up to the 2 times speed. So, I don't think I mentioned that I was reading what I was reading. I'm listening to City of Glass with the kiddo, about to go into the big battle scene. Nice. Only 2 to 3 chapters left. Nice. I'm working on my new project. Awesome. May work on my diamond painting too if I need to switch tasks. Vanessa's also joined us as well. Hello, Vanessa. Everybody's saying hello. We just finished supper and sent Hub back to the mines. Up and loading my week 4 vlog finally for Amazing Readathon. Is that right? Is that what you're talking? Yeah. I swear I hyperfixate on edit and don't blink while I do it.
Me too.
Blink, blink, blink. When I used to say mum every 5 minutes as a kid, my mum said she was going to change her name and not tell me what her new name was. I've said that myself. Or they come in. They used to come in and go, "Hey, mum," I'm like, "She's not here. She just left."
Sometimes what I'll do is I'll sit there and I'll just stare at her. And then if she's like, "Didn't you hear me?" I'll be like, "Oh no, I'm sorry, I was listening to my book." Nothing will be playing.
I've done that too.
But you're driving me nuts.
I think every mum said it. Yeah, I think so. Like, summer holidays are hard, especially when you're trying to get stuff done and whatnot, and they just want your attention. And rightly so, they should have your attention. But sometimes you're human. I need to go to the toilet by myself without you talking my ear off. Please leave. So yeah, if I try to play audiobooks for the next 90 minutes, it will slow down my upload. So I guess I'll be reading NetGalley Arcs for the first sprint. There are Rivers in the Sky by Shafak, and or Playground by Richard Powers. I'd go the Shafak one.
That's my bestie's name. That's my friend Dick's name. Dick Powers.
Hey Caspar, how are you going? Thanks for joining. Currently struggling to get through Lies We Sing to the Sea. I don't know why. It's just I put it down then. Yeah, I would go the Shafak book as well. So she is a very good writer. Hey Bree, how you going? Thanks for joining. Sitting out by the pool editing tonight. Nice place to be by the sounds of it. Melissa's also joined us as well. Good morning, good evening. Thank you for joining. Smut is the cushion for reading. It's your palate cleanser. Kata's wrap up is hilarious.
Yeah, thanks.
That's like me. Sci-fi and fantasy. I read all sorts of other stuff, but my fallback is sci-fi and fantasy. So I don't have sci-fi and fantasy eras. I just venture that way out of other books. I'm really enjoying There Are Rivers in the Sky, almost certainly a 5-star book for me, a literary fiction from the perspective of a raindrop. Have you read Island of Missing Trees? That's really good, Jamie. I think you'll really enjoy that as well. And that's from a perspective of a tree. Hello all, a bit late because of a meeting. Well, welcome. Sit down, relax, pick up a book and enjoy. Dark Rose Guild, hi, here and playing some Disney Dreamlight Valley. Nice. Everybody's saying hello. I need to start working out rankings for my for the top 10 cooks for this year. Books for this year.
Books?
That's not right. That can't be cooks. It's books. Since I finished my 300th, I was going to say 30th. No, there's an extra 0 there. Oh my goodness. Take a breath, relax.
Drink the water, hydrate. Don't forget to hydrate. Tap the like button.
Yep, do all the things. Cassia is also here as well. Hello. My sister asked me this weekend what my favorite book from this year is, and I just laughed. I'm doing really well. I'm working on my beta read today. After that, I might pick up a manga and take a break, and then hopping into another arc. Nice. Hello to Cassia. We also have a bookish boutique. Jen is here. Hello, Jen. How are you? We'll be working on grad school assignments tonight. I'd rather be reading. I'm guessing that you'd probably rather be reading too than doing schoolwork, but welcome. Thank you for being here, and I'm happy that you're here as well. Hello to Christina. Nice to see you. Gang back together. We're all back together. We are. Everybody's saying hello. Random carrot while listening to a book would throw me off. I know, right? Ginger, is this right? Am I correct in this?
Huh?
The name of this person?
Yes,
Ginger. Coda, you're my fallback. What's going on?
I thought you were saying gingers like isn't. I thought you were asking like isn't carrot a euphemism for gingers? I was like Nicole.
Yeah, that's what.
So I told you guys I was tired. I wasn't looking at the comment.
Oh, holy crap. I can't even read the comments. Oh, wow. No, is this Ginger? I'm trying to remember people's names. It's not a euphemism. Carrot. And all I can say is, what are you doing with your carrots? My goodness. Oh, dear me. Boot up and finish work stuff. Woohoo. Excellent. Hello, Anna. How are you? I really needed these to feel better. Oh, I'm glad that you're here, and hopefully we can make you laugh, especially with random comments like that. I'll be entertaining listening to the help and listening to the help when there is other stuff to do. Awesome. Sounds like you've got a productive evening ready and waiting for you. Hello, Jess. How are you? Thanks for being here. What are you reading today? Is 10 minutes and 30 seconds is very good. Awesome. 10 hours. Is that right? 10 minutes? Anyway. Oh, yeah. Yes, it's Ginger. We did get called. We did get called Carrot. Talk for once, it makes sense.
Well, you look, and there was a redhead in the Sluts, wasn't there? So if you were reading it, listening to it, and all of a sudden they were like, Carrot.
Oh my goodness.
One day, so I don't know what that says for this live stream. We're screwed. That's what it says.
I told you I'm tired. I need a nap.
And you put both of us that are tired together and things just go awry real freaking quick.
Everybody, we're delirial.
Delirial.
There's a place here called Delulu in Australia. It's actually called Delulu. I need to move there because it suits my current personality. So yeah, great to have them all here on
and on form today.
Yes, we're glad to all be here today. I think you're ready. Oh man. Whew. Not reading at the moment. We'll likely be writing. Nice. Hopefully you don't have carrots inserted into your writing as you're going after this topic of conversation. I mean, something totally different than hair color. Yes, very true. I could imagine someone just walking past me screaming carrots.
You know who loves carrots, Christina? Squirrels.
Squirrels. Vanessa. I was just about to say, we're looking at Vanessa right now. Anyway, we're about to go through a sprint. Well, the first one is, I'm actually going to change this to an hour and a half. I don't know why I don't just do that from the get-go, because we talk for an hour. So we do an hour and a half sprint, our first one, and we will be back with more shenanigans, no doubt, and an even more tired Coda in 90 minutes. Happy reading, everybody, and we'll see you soon. All right, we are back. How did we go? How'd you go, Coda?
I doom scrolled the whole time. Sent you a bunch of reels.
I know. I'm like, my phone's going, what the hell is Coda doing?
I sent everybody a bunch of reels.
Yeah.
Got my doom scrolling out of my system, and then Rudy texts, so she's going to come over after this chatty bit. My little sister.
Cool. And you're bowing out?
Yeah, I probably will bow out, though I can visit with her and then probably crash as soon as they leave.
She goes home tomorrow, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's going back.
Cool. Well, I did not read. I played around with Speechify, my new toy, and worked out, because it was lagging a little bit through the app of uploading the EPUBs, because it says you can do that as well. And it was lagging a bit. So I then went, well, the PDF went up really quickly. So maybe what I should do is see if I can convert an EPUB to a PDF. So that's what I did, found that, then did that. And then it went up straight away. And it was like on the computer. And then it was in my app. So I'm like, sweet, that works. And then I found that you can take away like the footers and that, like the headers and whatnot, footnotes and all that stuff out of it, brackets, all that sort of stuff out of it. So I played around with that. And then I went, oh, I wonder if there's a referral link. So if anybody is interested, there is actually a referral link in Dusty's, pinned to the top of Dusty's channel. And you get $60 off. So off your membership. So maybe if you want to check it out, it's pretty good. Like, it reads pretty well. When you speed it up, it sounds a little bit more human than when it's at normal speed. So yeah, but and then if you get, like, if you use the referral link, I then get $60 off my next one, and if I refer 10 people, I get a lifetime. That's
a good deal.
But yeah, so it's a pretty good deal. So yeah, so I played around with that, and that's pretty much what I've done. And then I started writing my shopping list, because I'm like, I'm leaving the house tomorrow and I'm going to make it worth my while. So I'm going to go and stitch, then I'm going to go and shop, and then I'm going to come home, and then I'm going to mask up the room and get everything that I need to get in one day out while I'm out and about. So
awesome. I need to grab a water.
Cool. No worries. So that's pretty much all I did in that sprint. How did everybody else go? Okay, Neva's just dealing with some stuff in the background. She'll be back and everything is fine, she said to tell you. So it's all good. She'll just be back. All right, let's have a look and see who joined us during that sprint and what you all got up to. Cassia says, I know, Coda looks sleepy now.
I am sleepy.
Is it because you stayed up, or is it because of work?
I think it's just a combination. Like, I stayed up too late. Plus, I'm not used to working. So the combination of it, like, I should have been a good person and had a bedtime. But I did that.
But you know. And Cassie says, thank you for being here.
Oh, right.
Courtney had to bow out, but maybe back later. Jean is also very sleepy tonight. I think it's just a sleep. I'm sleepy too, so it's just that sort of day. I'm tired because it's been so cold here, and I don't deal with the cold. I swear I must have been a bear in a past life, because as soon as it gets cold, all I want to do is curl up and hibernate from the world. So yeah. I left you on TV after ate dinner and going to try and take a nap, but it turns into sleeping all night. No guarantees yet. That's fair. Best type of nap. That's it. Cool Gamer also joined us. Hello, how are you? Thanks for joining. And remember to hydrate. That's the hydrate reminder. Thank you, Chantal. And I just welcome Chantal to the Dusty Book Sniffers the Discord. So if anybody else wants to join the Discord, all that information is down below, so you can go check that out as well. Still saying hello, still early, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, we probably won't be having a super long chatty bit this time. Hello, how are you? Scooting through on a break from editing to drop a like. Nice, thank you very much. I don't know if Courtney did stream today. I don't remember seeing it pop up. I don't remember it because normally, like when I wake up, I don't know if that's Tuesdays or is it Wednesday mornings?
Courtney does Tuesday mornings.
Yeah, she does Tuesday.
I don't know if she also does.
She used to do Thursdays.
Sprinted today.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I didn't see the link pop up.
Spreadsheet.
Yeah. I just don't remember seeing the thumbnail pop up.
No, but my main feed on YouTube has been weird. Like sometimes I know people are live and they don't pop up on my main feed, and it doesn't say they're live on the sidebar either. And then I'll go to their main page and it's there, but I'm like, why aren't you notifying me?
Yeah, and I went in and checked that I had all of my notifications, like clicked to all notifications, and it definitely was. So, for I've had the same thing, like for different people and all that sort of stuff. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe doing some weird stuff in the background or something. So that is the link for the Speechify if anybody is interested. That's a pretty good deal, $60 off. That's not too shabby. Just in from seeing an 80s tribute band. Nice. My town has free concerts in the park in the summer. Now that I'm finished dancing, I'm going to finish Rabbit Proof Fence. Nice. That's a difficult read. I read Rabbit Proof Fence after the movie came out. Nice. I've actually never watched the movie because I want to read the book, and I've not read the book yet. I have to sit down and think about all the books that I actually want to read that have been like adapted into movies and make a master list, I think. And then just slowly work my way through it. Okay, typing now before I'm all yuck with beef. Oh, making dinner. Okay. This is an interesting comment. I'm like,
Jessica.
I don't know what to say. Make an island chop suey. I think I'm overtired. I should just go to bed early. Can't focus, and maybe if I can manage to sleep, my headache will go away. This is probably a good idea.
It's just everybody's tired.
It is definitely a sleepy kind of day. No worries, Neil. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Hello, Dawn. How are you? I'm reading Jasmine Throne, trying to finish it. Nice. Well, hopefully we can help you get it finished. Got an assignment done and the kitchen cleaned. Well, there you go. Awesome. Well done. I got to 85% into The Drowning Deep and 37% into The Help, and also had a shower. Nice and productive. Evidently, everybody's more productive than Coda and I today. Coda's doom scrolling and I'm playing with Speechify.
I know. I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, you guys are doing good.
Yeah.
Thanks for reading me and Nicole.
Definitely. And I've got like stuff that I've got piled up there. I'm like, I really should be working on that stuff, but it's like, I think my brain's already gone to vacation mode.
I should be reading this book this whole time.
Oh, share. Oh, something like that.
Share. Smatella. Share to Smatella. Share to Nicole and Eva. Share to Rachel.
It's all happening.
I really just did that for like an hour and a half. So there's probably at least 6 reels for you to watch, if not 15.
Awesome. I've been liking the Good Morning Wake Up one. Tits up, bitches.
Good morning, you beautiful pile of awesome.
And then it's like, go share the fuckery.
Yeah.
Love it. I've been sharing it on my Facebook page, which has a lot of good Christian folk on there. I don't think they're appreciating it very much, but my pagan friends are loving it.
I love it.
I do too. It's just like as soon as I hear the voice, I'm like, yes, this is just going to get me in the zone today. Made it to page 82. Nice. Did some knitting, a bit of doom scrolling, and now I'm reading Silver Blood: A Promise by James Logan. Nice.
Amberly
Productive.
was able to peel herself off the doom scrolling and read.
Casper's Body. I'm 74% through A Lies We Sing to the Sea, and I'm finishing it tonight. Thank goodness for audiobooks and 2 times speed. I know. What would we do if we actually had to, like, listen, if we couldn't speed them up? Like,
dude, I wouldn't listen to them. Before I knew you couldn't. Before I knew you could speed them up, I had tried, and I was like,
oh, I didn't. I only started listening to them about 2 years ago. And that was when I learnt that you could speed them up. I'm like, I say, what? You can speed them up? Oh, this is much better. And I didn't even go like 1.10. I went straight to 1.65. Yeah, that's how my brain processes. That my brain processes right there, and then slowly but surely, as the days and months have ticked by, I've crept up, and now 2 times speed is feeling a little bit laggy, so I'm starting to etch up a little bit.
Yeah, it depends on the book. I think Writer's First Call, I was listening to it 2.5 maybe, or 2.25 maybe. Something.
Yeah, I think I was at 2.25 for that one as well, around that mark.
There was one that we read together that was really slow, and I had to listen to. Oh, it was Harry Potter.
Yeah, Harry Potter. All
I
of those.
listened to it like 2.85.
Yeah, I was up there. I was up there too. I think I was around 2.7 or 2.8, something like that. I wasn't as fast as you were, but I was up there.
What happens with me is I'll be like, I could probably go a little faster, and then I go a little faster, and I'm like, that's not that much of a difference. It probably isn't that much of a difference if I go a couple more notches, and it usually isn't.
I think it hits a threshold where it just doesn't seem like it's any faster at all.
Well, and I can't do that until I've listened to, a substantial amount of the book, and I'm used to it. Like, I know all the characters are and stuff, and I'm into it, and then I can, it's just like you gradually can jack it up every other day.
I'm an audiobook fiend. How many audiobooks?
You have to jack it down to 1.5 or something.
Oh, yeah.
Rewind. What? What did he say? What did you say? What's happening? What? We're in a battle? What?
I'm exactly the same. I cannot listen to audiobooks if I'm driving super fast either. They have to be slowed right down. Unless, of course, I'm in my WRX, which does not have a Bluetooth system, because this is a car that hasn't been touched at all. Like, it's got a bonnet scoop on it, and that's it. And a dump pipe. Yeah, I have my earbuds in. I have my little one that hooks over my ear, so I can have it a little bit faster. But even then, sometimes, because the car's loud as well, I need to turn it down a little bit so I can have it a little bit louder, because I just don't need someone at that warp speed screaming at me. I wrote maybe 100 words, and then I sat on hold with the bank just to be told, I'm sorry. But our system is down and I can't see your account.
Oh, you think they could have made a recording about that? Jerks.
Fully. I agree. I got to 35% in my audio book, and on is that Out on a Limb?
I think Out.
Yeah, Out on a Limb by Hannah Barnum Young. 12 pages into Ruthless Vows, and put the kids to bed. That was very productive.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm feeling very productive just reading these comments.
Yeah, I'm feeling vicariously productive. Good job. Keep up the good work.
Luckily, all week I've just been cleaning as I go, so I don't have to do any of that stuff, because that's what I do, some of that stuff on Fridays as well. And I'm like, I can just cruise today if I want to. I'm feeling guilty about it because I know my husband's out working and, doing the daily grind, and I'm, here, whatever, listening to audiobooks. The audiobook Things We Lost to the Water by Eric Ningen, I think is how you pronounce that. And I'm at 80. Nin?
When?
Okay. Is that how you say it?
Yeah. When?
Okay.
It's like you almost make an N sound, but not quite. And then the rest makes a. It's hard to say without the N. When?
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, I'll
I
believe
had
you.
a neighbor whose last name was just NG. Yeah.
Well, there you go. I wish my name only had 2 letters. Jeez. Fabulous if I only had 2 letters on mine. We'll just pause that, and I'll change it while I'm here to 60 minutes. Because the next one is only going to be 60 minutes.
Tonight on 60 Minutes. Sorry.
And what's the story? What's on the
Books. Books.
I just got a good amount of sleep last night and everything. The first time in a few days, and I'm still sleepy. It seems it doesn't matter how much I sleep anymore. Yeah, that's where I'm at the moment. It doesn't matter if I have full 8 hours, if I only have 2 hours. I'm just in a constant state of
And we have to be careful as we get older because too much sleep can actually make you feel tired.
Yeah.
Just as tired as not enough sleep. So it's all about the right amount.
It's also about like, you know what? Fuck it, I don't care anymore.
That's me this morning. I was like, oh, it's 6. I can get up at 7.
See, I can't do that. Once I'm awake, I'm awake.
Normally, that's how it is for me. But like I said, I only got like 4 hours of sleep last night. So I was like, oh.
Raleigh Reviews gives book friends hugs. Hello,
I see you're real
too. Everybody got a reel for you, a reel for you, a reel for you. Mary will take the cold over the heat wave that is ongoing for a week here. Yeah, I guess. No.
Where's Mary at? What state are you in, Mary? Or part of the world?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been hot here too.
Yeah. We'll be here for a bit. Still recovering from surgery. I hope you feel better.
Where you've been? I hope I hope your recovery goes well. Don't I almost always have visual? I think I always have visual. Even when it looks like I don't, it's just buzzed. I'm too lazy to shave it. This is like the first time this has got shaved all the way in years, and that's because I went to the barber. And guess what? When it grows back out, I'm gonna go to the barber again because that was awesome. That was my first time ever going to a barber.
Cool.
And it was so worth it. I hate shaving, you guys.
I can imagine it'd be a bit of the pits. Always having to do it.
You don't even have to imagine it. Like you've shaved your legs and stuff before, right? Like it's just as terrible as that. Only it's on your face.
Yeah,
I do. My legs is way worse because I have to buzz them first. Otherwise, it takes 6 razors.
You hairy beast.
They're just thick and coarse. They're those thick, coarse, wiry Mexican hairs.
In winter, I embrace the beast, and I don't shave.
Yeah, I quit shaving. I always stop in the winter, or even when I did shave, but I haven't shaved my legs in years. Because the older I get, the less I give a fuck about anything.
I never believed my friends, like, as I was getting older, they go, don't worry, you'll get to a stage where you just won't give a fuck about anything. Someone will say something and you just go, you know what, fuck you, and you'll keep walking. And I never believed them. Oh, have I embraced that part of my life? Yes, I have. I love it. I just don't care. People look at me, I just look at them and go, what the fuck are you looking at? Like, you got a problem?
It's like when your 30-year-old friend comes to you and is complaining about their Hemi, you're just like, dude, it's like what? The size of a cherry tomato? Just they look at you like, You can't do that. And I'm like, dude, it's never dealt, really.
Things you have to look forward to the older you get. Just fucking sneezing and putting your back out. That's also a fucking special kind of something.
It's always my shoulder and my neck for me.
Yeah.
And people are like, "Oh, what happened to your neck?" I'm like, "Oh, I slept in a bed last night instead of in my chair."
Oh, my favorite is you hobble into a room and someone's like, the same thing. What happened? Oh, I sneezed. What?
Or you get up and you make a sound, and from the other room, somebody's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just old. I'm just making old man sounds."
I tease my husband because he gets up and it's like,
That's me. Every time I get up, I'm like, "Oh, fuck, man." Constantly pressing out gravity. I don't know why we're not doing anything about this gravity epidemic. This fucking shit sucks.
And I always giggle at him and go, oh, because I'm 6 years older than him, so I get up and go, spring chicken. This kid just looks at me. He's like, trying to walk through the house.
I don't even have to make sound with my mouth because my body makes sounds when I get up. Creak, crunch, crack.
And now I feel really bad because he went to the doctor's just recently and he got a scan done on his whole body and whatnot. He's got the back of a 65-year-old. He's 48 in September. Oh. I'm like, but we always.
Birthday?
Hey?
What date?
21st of September. He's a Virgo.
It's 2 days after my dad's birthday.
He's an equinox baby. So yeah.
Hugs to Rally.
Hey?
I said hugs to Rally.
Mm-hmm. And so yeah. There we go. That's the health and old age portion of the sprints. The notifs are not showing up in the feed, and so
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's irritating.
It is, because like I've even been kicked off, but like it's like I've been kicked off someone's channel as well. Like I've been when I've gone there, and I know I've been subscribed.
A lot of people have been saying like I go to your channel, or I've gone to somebody's channel that I know I would subscribe to, and I'm not subscribed anymore. It hasn't happened to me yet that I've noticed. Yeah,
I haven't had a lot, but I have had that happen as well. So yeah. So Mary, it's been hot lately. It's finally starting to cool down a bit, but I don't think it'll last too long. It's 15 today, which is about 5 degrees warmer than it was for the last 2 days. I actually walked outside and went, holy crap, my house is actually warmer than outside for once, because normally it's the other way around.
Yeah.
And it was cold. Like there was definitely snow on the air. So good to see you. How I'm doing right. Now I have hit overtired. Well, Jean's here for the rest of the sprints then. I'll be reading Green Rider pages tonight. Awesome. You can get some rest. Not getting effects, that for sure. Very much so. I'm lazily reading today. I'm just skipping. Hello, how are you? Currently reading The Daughter of the Dr. Maru. I have about 30 pages left, so I'll finish it during these sprints. Awesome. Chantel is looking at the Discord now. Since you are live, I figured I'd ask. I see a lot of read-alongs. Which ones are currently running? So we have Green Rider and Poppy Wars currently running. And there is a spreadsheet called
Seriously Serious. See how seamless that was? Serious. Oh, wait, now I fucked it up. Seriously Serious. I will pop the link in the chat, Chantel, so that you can check out the spreadsheet. And it'll tell you exactly where we are in the book and where we'll be in the book every week. Now, it's just a guideline. Obviously, like we were saying earlier, I'm way behind, but that's gives you a basis of how you can catch up and stuff. So, for example, I should be caught up, even though I'm behind. I should finish the book on time. I know when it's supposed to be done and we're supposed to be moving to the next one. Thank God for audiobooks, you guys.
And also the fact that I forget where you said you were. I think you're in the United States. So it's every Sunday and Thursday night if you're in the United States where we come on for sprints. So even if you don't read it any other time, you can always read it on the sprints. And then you've got that couple of days between to catch up and all that sort of stuff. So and a lot of us get behind, and then all of a sudden we all catch up and we all start the book together. So it's and sometimes you don't always start the book either, and that's perfectly fine as well. All we do ask is if you do talk about it, and I've been setting it up a little bit different because I'm still learning how to use Discord. So each book will have its own thread, so you just go in and comment in there, but use spoiler tags because everybody's in different places. Or you can be like Seluna and go and have a bit of a sticky bake and see if you want. So Selena did that the other day. So basically you can just use the spoiler tags. If you don't know how to use spoiler tags, I'm pretty sure I've got a post somewhere there that tells you how to do it, but you just
double vertical lines. I forget what they're called. What is a vertical line called on your keyboard? It's shift /
Yeah. I don't know what that's called. Vertical lines? We'll just go with that. So you put that at the beginning, and then you start typing the content that you're going to talk about the book, and then when you finish, you put it at the end, and then you'll see like a grey haze go over the words. That means that it's going to be blacked out on the screen. So if you go in and have a look in the threads, you'll see that some of the stuff is blanked out.
It has lots of names.
Oh, great.
It's officially the pipe symbol, but it's also known as the vertical bar, the V bar, stick, the vertical / bar, or even the pike. Like the Civil War things, not the fish.
Okay. Melissa's finished. Again, feeling very productive through everybody today. Hey to everyone. I hit a point where the words become static if I speed them up too much. Yes.
Yeah. Especially without earbuds. Like if you're listening to it through a loudspeaker, I can't listen to it as loud, or I mean as fast as if I have my earbuds in for some reason.
Yeah.
It's different. It sounds faster through a speaker.
Raise your hand if you've missed an exit or a term because you were listening to a really good book. Yep. Definitely.
And like, what did Google say?
Twice on one trip.
And then I'm rewinding Google and the book.
It's like, oh my goodness. If your car has a cigarette lighter, you can get FM transmitters that you can Bluetooth to. Okay, fair enough. I prefer just have it in the earbud. That way, when I get pulled up for speeding and the police go, "Do you know what you were doing?" I just keep listening to my audiobook and hand in my license. Then I have to talk to them. Here you go. Thanks for the ticket. What's your email address, ma'am? Here you go. And believe it or not, I don't speed that much in that car because it feels like it's going fast anyway. I don't feel like I need to speed it up. I don't speed that often, but I have been caught in the past. I can't listen to an audiobook in the car unless I have headphones. I have
just
been
make them read the book to you.
Made it to 92% of Jasmine Throne. Excellent.
If you're going to talk during the road trip, you have to read this out loud.
You're going to talk here. Make it useful.
If I miss something, I'll slap you from the driver's seat, and that means rewind. Every time I tell you that's one line. Go back one line. Go back a paragraph. Go back a page. If I punch you in the throat, you're doing a bad job. That's the pause button.
I was just about to say, what's the pause button?
Instant pause.
I love all your smiles. Supports that good energy. Absorbs that good energy. I think that was supposed to be. We have an hour left. Just the epilogue for an epilogue. But yeah, that's some of the 2 chapters in an epilogue.
Are you reading all the time?
Good say. What are you reading? I got to 33% in Drowning Deep. Awesome. I do the opposite. Once it's 9 p.m., my brain and my body go, nope. Right. Once the sun is up, I'm like,
that's how I used to be before I stopped working for that 4 months or however long it was. I used to wake up with the sun and go to bed about 9:30, 10.
To be fair, you have been hanging out a lot with the Southern Hemisphere. I just turned it on its head a bit.
I know. I like my bio clock is like, we don't fucking know what time it is. Drink some fucking water.
Is the next sprint also going to be an hour and a half? Because I'll be done with this brick. We can make it that, but
we love a big book.
We probably will make it that, actually, because that will give me a chance to really write up my shopping list, because it's a once a month shop. So yeah, in Vancouver. Okay, that's why you don't like the hot. Yeah, that's fair enough. You hairy beast. I know, right? You hairy beast. I say this to my friends too when, like, you can see that they haven't shaved their legs. I go out and rub my hair. You hairy beast, you. And then keep walking. Come back up. Leave me alone. Couldn't bring back to shave my legs. All right, no worries. No worries, hairy beast.
When I used to shave my legs, I used to do it on the front porch. Roll my short shorts up to like here and sit out there with a cup of water in front of God and everybody. Because, dude, when you do it in the bathroom, here's what happens. You miss spots. And you know when you notice them? After you get ready and you go sit on the fucking porch. And you're like, oh. Like, you know that part of the original movie, The Witches, with where she puts the perfume on her neck and she grows the mouse hair? That's what it reminds me. Like, oh, there's a mouse patch. So I was like, you know what would save me time is if I just sat out here and did it where I can fucking see them.
Yeah. Shaving in the winter takes away insulation. That's exactly right.
Plus, it hurts in the winter. When you have goosebumps and your hair's growing, it hurts a lot worse than when you don't have goosebumps. I would tell you that we're not always like this, but I think we are.
Just a lie.
I would blame it on being tired, but I don't think that that's a real excuse. I think that we're just more delirial when we're tired.
It's just a hip. It's fine. Oh, dear me. I stand up and my knee sounds like it's about to pop out of my skin. I know that's not funny, but it is funny because we're all old.
I'm laughing because that happens to me too. Stand up and both of my knees pop. Every time I crouch, as soon as I go to get up, I'm like, crickety crack snap. Oh! And then somebody is like, are you okay? Yes, fuck, I'm just 40. Okay, at 40. Okay, it's as good as it gets.
That's right. Okay is a good day.
I'm okay because I decided to be. All right, man.
Totally get it. The older you get, the more you sound like a bag of popcorn.
It's true.
Oh no, not much reading. Got to page 66 in 3 Someone's finally on our team. There are rivers in the sky and clean the cupboards. Nice. This is the spreadsheet on both channels. And thank you so much, Coda. I'm down for an Outlander buddy read. It's going to be epic.
It's going to be big.
Bringing out the big guns.
It's going to be a big break. 8 times a year.
Yes, in the US. I'm still listening to most of Discworld books at 1x speed and the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy books. Otherwise, I automatically start at 1.75 and work up from that.
See, I am tired because I read Dick World. I was like, oh, that sounds. Oh, wait, that can't be right.
It's Disc World. Not Dick World. Although that would be interesting.
I'd read it.
And evidently I would too.
The sequel should be called Dick's World.
City of Glass by Cassandra Clare is what Christina's reading. Hello, how are you? Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. Let us know where you are and what you're reading. Read 2 more chapters of Dune and fell asleep for a 20-minute nap. Seriously, you just need to put the book down. Put the book down, step away from the book, Chris.
And the endless discussions of water. It's like the theme of the whole fucking book.
Sorry to laugh, Chris. Oh.
Somebody get our girlfriend some trauma books. Cash it in, Chris. Cash it in. Not everybody has to love Dune.
No, just step away from it. Go to NetGalley, get yourself some trauma.
Dee, I sent you reels too, girl.
Hey, Jenny, how you going? I'm like the Tin Man. I need some oil for my knees. Oh, if I need laughs, I know where to get them.
Knees in your old age, then you fucking slip on shit, break hips,
and then that's a whole level of other pain.
Or twist your ankle, or like when your one toe goes all stupid over your other toe, gets stuck like that.
I can't say that I've ever had that problem.
No,
unless I have a cramp. If I have a cramp, then my toes cross over. But I've got short, stubby little toes. Obviously, you've got long, lanky toes because you're tall. So
I'm just lanky everywhere.
If I need laughs.
I've been able to hear you the whole time. I had to deal with something. I'll put it in the private chat, but the whole internet doesn't need to know.
Chantel says, "If I need laughs, I know where to get them. You guys are healing they're healing for the sad souls." Thank you. Coda on the porch shaving his legs. He tries to lure gentleman callers onto the porch. With his strong shaving ability. Oh my goodness. I'm joining the Sleepy Club. I started a new antidepressant and it's really harshing my vibe. Oh, that's not good.
New antidepressants? I mean, once they start to work, they're great. I don't personally take medication, but I have before.
Yeah.
But especially like SSRIs, dude, they kick your ass until they figure out how to work right.
I've always just sort of stayed away from them. So yeah, but I've had friends that have been on them, and they've just like.
When I was I went through a stint where I was homeless before Ari was born, and in that time I had a relapse. The kids were adopted, and I had a relapse. And in order to stay at the program that I was in, that was helping me to get on my feet after my relapse, they required me to go on medication, which is fine. They sent me to a specialist, to the mental health center, and they were like, help this girl. And the mental health center was like, we just want you to take medication for 6 months. And they were like, and if you see even out, then we can do something else. So now I do aromatherapy, That's why I smell things a lot, which I feel like is really weird to see on camera.
Oh, you should order yourself some amber resin. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why, like, if I find a smell that I like my putty, I'll smell my putty a lot.
Get on Amazon and Google. Get on Amazon and Google. Get on Amazon and search for amber resin wooden box. And it's a chunk of resin. Okay. It's incense. And it smells so good, especially if you keep it like in your car, because the heat will activate the smell.
Oh, I think my dad has some of this out on the mantle. I'm not even joking. I think my dad.
I bet you he does. Yeah, it's a hippie.
Okay, I've added it to my cart. Also, something paranormal's happening in this bitch.
Do you love my wooden box?
It's cute.
It's handmade.
Oh,
it's handmade in India.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just put some in my cart, so I'll order some when I order my books.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you want
3 hours.
It's great. Never
I'll get paid. I get paid in about 2.5 hours, and then I'm ordering the whole set of the Bonded by Thorns books. So
I'm gonna order something off of Amazon too, but I'll tell you what it is in the
fridge. I'll order some amber resin while I'm at it.
Oh, if only these people knew what was going on in the private chat behind the scenes.
It's private for a reason.
I'm reading A Whisper of Death by Darcy, and it's really hard too, because you'll get a message and then you've got to try and keep a straight face without blurting it out. So yeah, it's really good.
I always feel so bad when I have to send things in the group chat, because I always be sending like complete like bombs to y'all. I'll just be like, hey, this is what's going on. And then I can see it on Nicole's face. She reads it and she's like, okay. And then the whole internet is probably like, oh, what's the deep? You're never gonna know. So sorry.
This girl does not share deets.
Who is she asking? How tall is who?
Coda. Coda's the string bean.
You're 6'1"?
I'm 6'1".
Yeah. He's a whole foot taller than us.
Why did I think he was shorter than that?
I don't know.
I knew he was tall when he stood up one day, and I went, man, he's a string bean. Like,
it's fine. I'm 5'3", and people have said to me before that they think that I'm like the same height as Bree from Lock Booktition, who I believe is like 6 foot. She's very tall. And I was like, she would dwarf me, bro. Absolutely not. And I'm like, what have I stood next to that made you guys think that I'm tall? And it's because at the old house I had shorter bookshelves. Mm-hmm. They're only half bookshelves. Like this one that sits next to my bed, it's only a half bookshelf, so it comes up to me like right here. So if I'm standing next to it at a certain angle, I look super tall because the bookshelf is short. I'm just I'm short, y'all.
I'm only 5'4", so I'm just a tad taller than you.
I'm 5'3", but my attitude makes me 6'3", so it's okay.
Oh, I'm 10 foot tall with attitude. Like, don't fuck with me. I'll rip you apart. Scrappy. Not physically, but I will work it. I will like make you cry with words.
If you're tongue lashing.
Yeah, please.
Not the good kind.
And not in a good way. I tend not to DNF, and I want to say I finished Dune. But this is rough. This is better than Indigo. That's not saying much. I usually don't take them, but postpartum depression is a whole different animal for me. That's fair.
Yeah, postpartum depression is crazy.
Kicks your ass. Yeah. Ta-da! I finally uploaded. Awesome. We can go and watch Jamie's in the next video. In the next chapter.
Yeah, throw the link in the chat, Jamie, so everybody can check it out.
It is there.
I'll put it on my watch later.
It's there.
Oh, it is there.
Read the bottom.
Read the whole message.
Maybe you should have started from the bottom and worked your way up. We used to have amber resin. Love that stuff. So cute. It is.
Wait, what did I want to do? I forget already.
What
are we doing, Dee Dee? It's been at least 5 minutes since I said whatever that was. The blonde runs deep today.
Yes, these are sprinting to multiple channels. So we're sprinting to both mine and Neva's channel because we split the watch time. So we do that through StreamYards. You have to be on the middle tier. So they've got 3 or 4 tiers or something. I think you've got to be on the second one up to do that. Yeah. So yeah. I want to change your name today for some reason, Christina, to Katrina. I do not know why. Anyway, I'm 5'3.5" in the morning and 5'1" or 2 at night. That's fair enough.
I'm the opposite. I'm shorter in the morning because I'm still getting up the rest of the way. Especially if my shoulder's out, then I'm definitely shorter in the mornings. I'm like
doing the hunchback thing. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. So we're going to do a 90-minute sprint. And yeah, we'll be back then. But you're going to bow out because your sister's there, right?
My sister's coming over for a visit. So if I'm not too tired after they leave, I might pop back in and make you laugh again. Or I might not. I might pop in the chat and be like, "Good night, you fun people."
That's fair enough. All right, we'll have fun with your sister. We'll see you again on Sunday night, no doubt, and hopefully, it'll still be a lot of fun anyway.
And Sunday, Shara will be double streaming to my channel.
Yes, that's right. So we're splitting all the watch time and all that sort of stuff. So trying to help grow our channels and all that sort of thing. You know, got to work the system, right, and whatnot. So yeah. All right. Well,
it's where it's at. No matter what kind of marketing you're trying to do, if you can network, you can usually get a presence.
Yeah, that's it. Cool. All right. Well, I will talk to you, no doubt, over the weekend.
I'm sure I'll box you guys.
Yeah.
Cool.
And send you more reels. Go watch my reels. I send funny ones. None of them are cute or sentimental. They're all funny.
The cowboy one was good. The cowboy songs the other day cracked me up.
Dude, did you watch any of the rest of them on that?
No, I didn't. I had to get out of bed.
You gotta go to that profile and watch some of the rest of them. They're all funny. They're all funny. The one like about biscuits in my butt. And there's one where the guy's singing about his wife left him, but it's cool because all he needs is beer.
Yeah. And there's beer bottles all around.
Yeah, and he's all, she took this and she took that, but fuck her because I got my beer and I fucked her dad. I know. Neva, go watch them. They're so funny.
I am so scared now.
I was in literal tears. I was like, now this is country music. Finally, good country music.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, finally, this is country music I can get down with.
I sent that to so many people, dude. Selena was like, yeah. And Nell was like, I sent her like 3 of them, and Nell was like, is it me or are these like hopping? It's like, no, they're good.
Have you not watched them yet, Neva? Oh, you've got it's a musical delight.
It's fantastic. Good night. Thank you, Glenda.
Hubby has arrived home reheating ranch breaded baked chicken and twice baked potatoes. Yum. Coming to your place. See you all again next week. Thank you for being here and appreciate you dropping by and hanging out with us. Love your energy and be blessed. And Jamie is 411. There we go. That broke me off. Look on Eva's face. Oh.
Nothing is not expressive.
Hey?
I said but I'm nothing if not expressive. My face says exactly how I feel.
I think it was Dee Dee who replied back. She did what with his dad?
I was laughing too much to actually type anything back. I'm just like, this is good. Like first thing in the morning, it seems to be a theme for me. First thing in the morning, I wake up to this is going to sound really crass. I wake up to cocks and dildos, and now AI game music, cowboy music.
Go click that link I put in the private chat to get in.
I already clicked it.
Fix.
I clicked it. That's why
your face was. That's what I clicked it. All right, I gotta go.
Bye. I seen what I read what he put in there, and then he put the link there, and I'm like, I'm so not clicking on that.
My ass clicked it. Don't click it. I wish I had it. I really wish.
Oh, anyway, we're about to go through
because I couldn't envision it in my brain, and I wish that I had just left it not envisioned. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry.
Lord have mercy.
I can't help it. I just had tea coming out of my nose because I laughed so hard.
I'm glad I didn't make that coffee. I was gonna go make a coffee, but I had to go upstairs and talk to my dad really quick, and then I forgot to make the coffee. So I was like, "Well, I'll just come back in here. I'll make coffee in this next sprint." Because if I had made coffee, it would be all over my computer right now, and that's just not a thing that we need.
It's not what we need to do. Charles spit out his coffee when we listened to what Coda sent us. I know, I woke up to that. That's what I woke up to. So I get the pleasure of waking up to all this stuff. It's a great way to start your day, like I tell you.
Start your day with a laugh, people. That's what we're telling you.
Yeah, it's a good laugh. I'm like, why are you sending me? First of all, I said, I'm like, why are you sending me AI country music? And then I listened to it. I'm like, now I understand. Oh, it was great. Good afternoon, Monica. How are you? Hope everyone is okay. Just working from home at the moment and hoping to read some God Killer today. Awesome. That's a reread for you, isn't it, Monica? All right. We're going to go to a sprint. I'm going to do an hour and a half. Let me just change this because we do have an extra long giggly part and chatty bit. So just to make up for that, we will make it a 90-minute sprint, and then that way everybody can get some reading done. We hope that you like the chuckle segment, totally unhinged part of the sprints, and we will see you all in 90 minutes. Happy reading, everyone. Okay.
Oh. I take a shower. I read part of this book for Ari, the Patreon vlog.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said this in the vlog, I just set Ari loose in the teen section of the library. She has no idea what any of the books are about. This book is terrible. Here's the thing. Okay, does anyone remember when there was like all the controversy around the like 13 Reasons Why, like when it was made into a show?
Yeah.
Why was there no controversy about this book? This book is
What's
called
it?
By the time you read this, I'll Be Dead.
Oh, nice.
We are following the main character. What is her name? It's a stupid name. Daylin.
Mm-hmm.
No offense, there's any Daylins in the comments. Your name is not stupid. She's just, I don't like this character. Okay, so we're following the last 22 days of this character's life before she permanently kills herself. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
She like goes on a website that has forums that tell you how to escape this world.
Mm-hmm.
There is
the Japanese book?
I don't think so. It was published in 2010. I don't know, but this would have worked for Tar if you needed somebody that's gay, like a LGBTQ author. All it said, it doesn't even show like a picture of the author. It just says Julianne Peters is the award-winning author of more than 15 books for children and young adults. Please stop. She's
basically giving them a how-to book.
There is an actual description of this book. Okay, I do have it on my Kindle as well because that's how I'm like reading it because I wanted to be able to highlight things.
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk about how much stuff I've highlighted in this book where I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? There is like an actual step-by-step instruction on how to perform it so that your bodily fluids will just escape your body, how long it will take for that to happen, what you should use. Like, it's like a step-by-step guide. Like, if I, as a person who, ideation of this nature is part of my mental health diagnosis, if I had read this as a teenager, it would have just given me ideas. Like, are you joking? What the hell were we giving children to read? I'm confused because I've read 13 Reasons Why, and I've watched every season of that show because I'm obsessed with Selena Gomez. So anything that has her name on it, I'm watching it. Okay.
Yeah.
And that show was hard to watch, but like at least it fostered a conversation. The book is also hard to read, but I think the show was harder because we saw it from every angle. The book is only written from the main male character's perspective, so we're just seeing things through his eyeballs as far as like what happens to Hannah and everything else. I won't ruin it for you in case you never read it and you want to read it. But in the show, I feel like it's harder because we're seeing it from everybody's point of view. So we're getting everybody's angle of what happened and transpired during those times. I don't see a conversation that can be had with this book.
Except for, give me that book, you're not bloody reading it.
Right. Because, like, if Ari was reading this and I found out what this book was about, I mean, obviously she's 7, but I'm saying, like, as a teenager, like, this will not, like, if I see her reading this book as a teenager, I'll be like, you can't read that. Like,
and off to the counselor we go.
Like, this is unbelievable. Like I was like, oh, okay, like, what an interesting concept to, like, say, like, we're following this girl the last 22 days of her life because the website that she joins basically says, like, you can't have less time than 22 days, right? So I was like, oh, that's, an interesting concept. But this website, it's a website for completers. Like
that sort of makes me really angry, actually. That
like
an author...
in the description. Now I did read the synopsis. I think I even read it. I don't know if I read it in the vlog. And the reason I don't know if I read it in the vlog is because Ari was sitting there when she did the spin. So I don't remember if I actually read it in the vlog or not. I might have, because she did get up at one point and go outside. So I might have. But it says in, like, I knew going in that this was like she joined a website for completers, like whatever. Okay. But then all it really says is that she blogs about her life, revealing a history of bullying that goes back to kindergarten. Like the book opens with her like in a neck brace and mute, like she's refusing to speak to anybody. Like I think she has the ability to talk, but she like won't talk, you know? And then we have this kid Santana, who I still don't know what the hell his fucking purpose is. But then at the bottom of this, it says National Book Award finalist Julie Ann Peters shines a light on how bullying can push young people to the very edge. You literally give a step-by-step guide on how to...
That just leads me to believe that the people that vote for these things, or even the judges, like as Chris and I have discussed at great length on our sprints with the Women's Prize for Fiction, where they have said that it's been a witty or humorous story, and it's nothing like that. This is another example of people who, and I'm not saying that it's every person, but some judges or whatever don't actually read the books. They read the synopsis and I honestly believe they make an assumption from that. They might read the first chapter or two to get a feel for the writing style and stuff like that. But I'm guessing they get a more in-depth synopsis than what's on the back of the book about, like they would get a press release and all that sort of stuff and themes and, you know, a summary of the book. And I believe, like, I'm really starting to believe that that's what judges do. They get summaries of these books, very in-depth summaries, so they can at least sound like they know what they're talking about, and then they form a judgment on that. And they haven't read the whole book to know. Like, this is ridiculous that you've got a book there geared to teens with a how-to, step-by-step how-to guide.
The little moment
after you go potty. Yeah, I mean, this is only it's a 200-page book, like exactly 200 pages. And then there's like a resource guide in the back, which I went and I looked at it, and it has like discussion questions, which I feel like it's going to be too late. If you give your teenagers a book, they're going to be unalive. So like, it's going to be too late for you to have a fucking discussion. Okay. I'm going to read to 50%. I'm about like 20% in. I'm going to read to 50%. And then I don't know. If it doesn't get like explained to me what the point of this fucking book is, I'm going to have to DM it. Like, and again, and I say this in the vlog, okay, for anyone who's on Patreon, because this is a Patreon exclusive vlog, Ari has no idea what these books are about. She just walked through the teen section and she was like, here you go, Mom, read this. Like, she has no idea what this book is about. I even asked her like 2 or 3 times if she was sure she wanted to get this one. And she said that the reason she was able to read the cover of this book, which is how I know she can now read. I think she's been pretending for the last 6 months that she doesn't know how to read. I'm not even gonna lie to you. But anyway, she liked it because it has flower petals on the front. Which is fine, but don't let your child read this book. I'm just saying, like, this is
what was it called?
You have to do. It's your life. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that this starts on day 22, and we slowly count our way down through the chapters.
And what's it called again?
It is called By the Time You Read This, I'll Be Dead. And what she's waiting for is her date of determination. So basically, she has 22 days to decide if she wants to stay or go. Yeah, sorry. And like I didn't read like very far, but I just wanted to see like where this book ends, and this book ends on her date of determination. So we follow her through the whole 22 days until she gets to her date of determination. I just don't feel like this was responsible.
No, it's not.
I mean, if you wanted to write, Okay, here's the thing. I would be okay with this book if it was written for parents. If this was filed in the adult section, even if you have a teenage main character. And here's why I'm saying that. It is because there is a book called, I can't remember what it's called, but I can see the book in my eye, in my mind's eye. I actually plan on rereading it because I want to read the second one. I'll start in a second. I want to read the second one. But what's annoying is that right now the second one only comes in hardcover and the first one only comes in paperback, and just
That's so frustrating, right?
Buying the first one to do the reread. But I read it in 2021, I think, because I read it with me and my biological dad read it. Buddy read it. And that book is about a girl who is essayed by her brother's best friend. And this kid has like been her brother's best friend forever. No one believes her. Like, it's a whole thing. And it's like the aftermath of how that happens. This book, if I remember correctly, was marketed to YA. However, at my Walmart, it's filed with the adult books. It's not followed with YA. Now, I don't know if it was originally marketed to YA, but even that one, there were trigger warnings in the beginning. There was an explanation by the author as to why she had written this book. Like, she talked about the research that she had done. She had talked about the fact that she thought that this book could help girls, boys, whoever, of having an open discussion with their parents. Like there was with that book, there's like a discussion to be had. Like, there's a semblance of hope when you read that book. I feel no hope when I read this book. I just feel this is irresponsible. Like, you could have written the same book and just said this is for adults, so maybe they can understand teenagers that have this ideation or this, these thoughts or whatever. I feel like in the hands of a parent, this could open a discussion. I just don't.
In the hands of a kid, that's opening it up for devastation. They pick it up at
their local library. There's not going to be a discussion because it's going to be, oh, well, the book says that you can do blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I feel no hope. We'll see if I feel hope by 50%. I feel like I'm not going to. Okay? Because this main character is depressing as hell. I mean, I get it. She's depressed and she's sad and blah, blah, blah. But, like, I just feel like there's no semblance of hope.
I was going to say, that's sort of like stating the obvious. This girl's about to unalive herself.
She talks about how, like, her parents hate her and she wants it to be over and blah, blah, blah. And, like, there's no semblance of hope at all. Like, I feel like she's not even like,
she's not even towards that,
It's fine. I also listened to 2 chapters of Anne of Green Gables, which is a much more hopeful story. Okay, I mean, not really in the part that I'm in right now, but
it is a much more hopeful story. There's no unaliving.
I feel a semblance of hope with Anne of Green Gables. Also, Rachel McAdams is great. Like, she's a great narrator for this book. This book, thank God, doesn't have a freaking audiobook, because I couldn't find an audiobook for this book. I feel like if whoever narrated this, it would sound like Sadness from Inside Out, except I actually like Sadness, and I don't like this main character.
I ate lunch and watched some Vampire Diaries.
Yeah, because Sadness, she's useful sometimes, but not all the time.
Bryce joined during that sprint and is reading Words of Radiance tonight. Also, hello to Bryce. Everybody's saying hello. Mary also dropped in as well. Hello, Mary. How you going? Listening to The Longest Minute by Davenport. True story, 1906 San Francisco earthquake. That is a very interesting story. I've read some really good fiction books around that, set around that as well. Off the top of my head, I cannot think of what. Something Phoenix was written by 2 authors. I can't even think what it was now. The Phoenix Crown was one that was set around it. And there was another one I read a couple of years ago set around it. They were quite very interesting stories. Do you know how long you're sprinting for? There'll be this will. Well, I'm about to do my last one. Neva, are you going to continue on, or are you going to finish up when I've finished? Okay. I didn't mean to swear at you. I'm sorry.
The only time that I ever really sprint by myself is on Saturdays.
Mm-hmm.
But that's because it's like right now it's at 6 p.m. But usually it's like in the middle of the day, so like it's fine.
And I'm fast asleep. I come in and go, hey,
staring at you. I'll fall asleep and I'll be like, oh, forgot I was doing sprints. So sorry.
I don't know the answer to that question. I'm sure Nicole knows. I do. But I was in front of the TV, not in front of the computer. I have my computer in a different space than the TV. So, yeah. Made it to page 127. I should finish in the next sprint. Nice. I read about 65 pages of Ruthless Vows. Got about 10% out on a limb and downed a box of Milk Duds. Sounds good. Nothing. I had enchiladas and rice. I made a big batch of enchiladas the other day, and I've been eating them for the last couple of days. So yeah. So over this book, not a single person has a critical thinking skills whatsoever. Infuriating. What book is that you're reading? Did you say what you were reading?
This one?
No. Casper's Body. I can't remember what you were reading. Hello, Meg. How are you? Just learning for evening all. Just learning for a bit. Need to head to bed in about 50 minutes or so. Just reading some manga. That needs to go back to the library. Nice. I told the teacher I wanted to remove myself from the planet, and she handed me 13 reasons why.
I mean, here's the thing. 13 Reasons Why at least opens up a discussion. There's a discussion to be had around 13 Reasons Why. Now, I don't know that necessarily like your teacher should have done that. I don't know where you were raised or whatever. Teachers,
yeah, I don't think it's a teacher's responsibility.
Teachers
More
would probably do that, but I'm from an extreme. Like, you have to remember, I'm from an extremely small town. Everybody knows everybody else, so it wouldn't be like that out of the ordinary. At least when I was in school. But here's, I'm not from Australia. Hush. But with 13 Reasons Why, there's an actual discussion to be had about why Hannah did the things that she did. You know, the letters or the tapes, I guess they are technically, that she sent out. Like, you know what I'm saying? With this book, there's no discussion to be had. Like, if you give this to a teenager who's thinking about leaving the planet, going to outer space, if you will, that's it. They're going to read, like, the first, I think this happens in, like, day, I think this happens, I think the description happens on day 21, which would technically be like the third chapter, because you get the 23 days, which is like the day before she set everything up. And so you read 23 days, 22 days, and then when in 21 days, so 3 chapters into this book, you get a description that I'm not going to even read on the internet, because like it's very detailed. I'm about to yeet this. If this was not a library book, I would yeet it into this one, to be honest.
I enjoy this rant on the judges, Nicole, especially after the nonsense of the 8 lives of a century-old trickster, as witty. I know.
That book was not witty, okay? That book was traumatizing.
All I can say is the judges that said it was witty have some very dark and disturbed ideas of what wit is, if that is the case. And that person should seek medical advice, because you need help.
They need mental health services is what they need.
Yes.
We're concerned.
My suggestion would be put them in a padded room, give them some crayons, a colouring book, and walk away.
We're concerned for your mental well-being, okay?
Yeah. And for those that don't know, like this book had, I don't even know how to describe. Like, I don't even know how to say it where it's PG. So I can't really say it because Ari's in the room. So, yeah.
Nobody shows up.
It wasn't good, that's for sure.
And it wasn't witty. Okay.
No, it was not witty.
There are a lot of adjectives I would use to describe that book. Witty is not one.
No, it's definitely not one I would use at all. It was just like, because when Chris said that and I went back and I looked and I'm like, I actually stopped and I looked off into space and I'm like, no, there was definitely no wit in that book. So yeah, I finished my book during that sprint. I gave it 3 stars. It was a little disappointing. Now listening to Before Your Memory Fades. Nice. Yay for finishing a book. It's me, Voxering. Rudy and Zach just left, popping in to say goodnight to everybody.
Good night, Coda.
I've already said goodnight in Voxer. Good night, Dakota. Good night, Coda. Have a great day at work. Good night, Coda. Good night, Dakota. Sleep well. See you Sunday. Good night, Dakota. While you're reading a sad and depressing book, Neva, I can recommend some of the women's books to make you feel more hopeful.
And I can promise you that no matter how depressing a women's frustration book is, it will still not convince me that this book has any hope in it.
Yeah.
Absolutely
not. We finished City of Glass, got to chapter 9 in Catching Fire. Nice. Hello to Bryce. Got to chapter 3 of God Killer while working. Nice. Bryce is saying hello. And I've not worked on my project. I worked on my diamond painting instead. Sometimes you just need to do that. Lies We Sing to the Sea. That's I knew it had something to do with sea, but I just didn't want to say just in case I was wrong. Got to 81% of my ebook, getting closer to the end. Might finish tonight or tomorrow. Awesome. We like a finished book. I finished a bit more in the audiobook of Quicksilver by Neil Stevenson. Tried it in print during TAR, but may get further in audio. Oh, that sentence did not want to come out then. Dear me. Lurking, not learning. I thought that's what you meant, and then I'm like, I don't know, maybe. No worries. We're used to it around here, though. We just make shit up as we go, really. Just got a NetGalley described as a catastrophic event that leads to trauma, destruction of families' emotional safety. I might feel this might work better for me than Dune. Oh, Chris, I love you. I love it. I absolutely love when you put the description of the books. Do send me the title of the book, though, on Discord, hun, and then that way I can go and check it out. I wish me luck. I have an interview tomorrow. Good luck.
Good luck.
Hope you get it. Everybody is saying good luck and thank you. All right, so Neva might actually like In Defense of the Act. It's a really good book about a similar. In Defense of the Act was really good because it was talking about the unaliving, but it was coming from the point of if you don't succeed, if you succeed, and then also why. I think it was.
I'm not above a book about it. Like, I liked 13 Reasons Why. I thought it was a good book. My problem is that this particular book is being marketed to teenagers. And you have like blatant descriptions.
Yeah, that's a bit rough. Like the In Defense of the Act was more about it was more like taking a closer look at what happens to the people around you when you don't succeed and when you do succeed, and reasons why you might want to do it.
See, that sounds like a discussion book.
It is very much a discussion. It was actually my favorite book of the Women's Prize.
Like, I'm all for a book that garners a discussion. I just feel like this book said, "Oh, I'm gonna pretend like it garners a discussion by throwing discussion questions in the back." But like, if you give this to a teenager, coming from a person who was a teenager, whose ideation of this was very strong, and there were a couple of attempts. You know what I'm saying? if you had handed me this book, I would have just done what the book said.
Yeah.
And then there's no discussion to be had. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Because then it's too late.
Yeah.
It's weird to me that you would do this. I don't know.
It was like when all this talk about like unaliving and all that came to the forefront when our kids were growing up and all the rest of it, both Brendan and I looked at each other and went, I didn't know that was an option when I was younger. And I said exactly the same thing because it wasn't talked about.
It's because honestly, it wasn't really. It was only ever talked about when I was younger, when it happened.
Yeah, the same. Like we heard.
Then it was talked about, but it wasn't talked about like it is even like now, which like I still feel like there's stigma around it anyway. But like even then, like it was talked about in the way of like no one knew that they were feeling that way. It was talked like that. And then like your parents would care and like ask you about it for like a couple weeks. You know what I mean? Like when everybody was like doing grief counseling through the school and shit. And then it was never spoken about.
Grief counseling through school? What the fuck's that shit?
But you know what I'm saying? Like, and not all schools
either.
A lot of times, the only time that we got that, okay, so like there was a teacher, he did not commit suicide, okay? But there was a teacher who died like 2 weeks ago. They just had his funeral yesterday. He was a principal at the middle school here in town. He was in a fatal drowning accident in Lake Michigan. That's terrible. May he rest in peace. Anyway, he was like taken under by the current and there was nothing they could do. Okay, so they gave grief counseling because it was that principal. You could go to the middle school as a student and you could talk to counselors and therapists and whatever. When I was like growing up or whatever, the only time that was ever optioned, like now it's optioned more for people that are like in the community, that are part of the community. But back then it was only optioned if the student or teacher was directly involved with that school. So like we had someone here that unalived themselves, but any like surrounding schools, even though like all of the surrounding towns, like we all know each other, we play sports against each other, like we do the thing, it wasn't offered to them. So even if he had friends, like even if they had friends that were in other towns, it wasn't optioned to them. It was only immediately optioned to kids that were directly in that school. You see what I'm saying? So
it's the same. It's the same here. If someone tops themselves, they get grief counseling. If the teacher drops dead, they get grief counseling. And it doesn't matter what school they're at, because I'm in a small town as well. We get the same here. But when I was a kid and going to school, you didn't have that option. It was just suck it up, princess, and get on with it.
But like for me, like it was talked about for like a couple weeks. And sometimes there was like some kind of like, I remember for there was a kid who passed. He didn't commit the big S, but he like died like in a freak like go-kart accident. They had like a memorial thing like at the school, like a rally, not a rally. What am I trying to say? We all gathered.
A memorial
thing, but like. But for the most part, like it was just like talked about in like these hush hush tones of like, oh, they must have been troubled. Are you troubled? And then it was just like not spoken about ever again. You know? But I just feel like it's irresponsible to put a book like this in the hands of a child.
I can imagine Chris going door to door with a trunk of women's prize books, spreading the depressing and traumatic word to everybody, one door at a time. Go, Jamie. That's nailed it right there. If I read 13 Reasons Why now, I would probably feel different. But the fact that it was presented to me as this book has the answers, now leave me alone.
I mean, that's not
mess me up.
Like
that's
presenting it in that way doesn't harbor a discussion.
No, that's just covering it up. But I feel like that there's just like, I don't think kids would have known it was an option, because it's not like there's not when I was a kid there wasn't TV shows about it. It wasn't constantly talked about. It wasn't in the media. It wasn't shoved in our face. It wasn't on social media. It wasn't here. It was like at one point there, everywhere you turned on the internet, there was stuff about unaliving. And I think that a lot of this has really exacerbated the situation of kids actually now knowing that it is an option.
But I think that it was also detrimental to make it seem like that it didn't exist too. Because then when you saw, because then when it happened in real life, especially with millennials, when it happened in real life, then we were just floundering because nobody wanted to talk about it. We didn't have any way to actually deal with it. And it's become an issue because of bullying, which, like, I understand that's where it became a forefront. Was they just let kids bully other fucking kids for no reason. And they don't, and then they want to preach like a zero tolerance, and then not actually act on the zero tolerance.
Zero tolerance is a lot of shit. It's an absolute load of shit.
And so then kids find a way to take it, but it was happening. I can think of 4 from the time I was from 8th grade to 12th grade. I can think of 4 different students that unalive themselves due to bullying without it being in the forefront of the media. And then nobody knew how to deal with anything. And it just became, I mean, now, like, at least the bullies are also getting in trouble for the fact that these kids are taking their own lives because of their actions. But then it was just, oh, well, it happened, so move forward from it. But then the bullies were still getting away with doing the shit that they were doing. I think there has to be a balance of it, but you can't just not talk about it either.
Yeah, I just don't think it should be in the media as much as it is, because some kids idolize it and think that it's cool and get the wrong message that it's trying to put out because they misinterpret it. And they might not have grown-ups in their life that actually talk to them about it. That's my point that I'm trying to make. That it shouldn't be in it. It should be more governed in a way, and there should be more structure around how we educate the kids and everything about it. I'm not saying that you shouldn't discuss it. I mean, that's how it was when I was a kid. We didn't even know it was an option. But these days, like, it doesn't matter where you go, it's everywhere. And I think it does give kids an option to take that route that otherwise wouldn't have thought about it, if that makes sense, because they have that problem of thinking it's cool, thinking it's, like having teenage daughters and going through the rigmarole of teenage daughters with the cutting and all that sort of stuff, and just actually watching it and watching in the thick of it. That there's a lot of kids out there that just do it because their friends are doing it. And I think, like, the book that you're reading is a book that should not even be on the shelves, shouldn't even be accessible to kids, because it is giving them an option, and you shouldn't be able to have that, like, access to that, especially for troubled kids or kids that copycat, because there are kids out there that do that too. Because the world is made up of a lot of different sorts of kids and whatnot, and just, I just don't think it should be policed a bit more, in my opinion. And that's across everything. That's not just unaliving. That's, self-harm, any self-harm in any shape or form. It should be, talked about in a proper setting, not just for them to be able to find it wherever. But anyway, as a unaliving book that stresses why whatever you want to try won't work because nothing else is working. Why would you expect your plans for an ending to work? That might be a good book to have for teens. Yeah. What was the name of the book again? I've forgotten it already. Is it If You're Reading This, I'm Dead? Is that right?
By the time you read this, I'll be dead.
I'll be dead, yeah. When I was growing up, we read a lot of books about death, but I can't remember anything about unaliving oneself. I think reading Virginia Woolf was the only time the subject was brought up. I think you're probably about right there, because I think Chris and I are around the similar age. Maybe I think Chris might be a bit younger than me. I went to a Christian private school. Oh, it's definitely not going to be talked there. That's a big no-no in the book. adults did everything in their power to avoid serious topics when especially it affected their donations. Very true, very true. 13 Reasons Why. That book irritated the heck out of me. It's in the pile of unhaul. I'm too tired to rant about it right now. Fair enough. Go to bed, Coda.
Right.
You're tired, go to bed. Stop sitting up and talking with your friends on the internet. Go to bed. All right, we've got to the end of the comments. We're going to do 1 60-minute sprint, and then we're going to wrap up. And if we see a flying book go across the screen, my neighbour's throwing the book. What are you? How much are you up to now?
20%.
Oh bugger!
I'm going to read to 50%, and I'm not like afraid to DNF a book. You know.
Yeah, no.
As we know, so regardless of what it's like for, like I'm not afraid to like DNF a book. And this book, it really might warrant a DNF just because like I am like super annoyed by it.
Mm-hmm. We need to support anti-bullying. Don't get me wrong, but can we also go back to giving children some backbones? Yeah.
But I also feel
I think for the most part, like I will jump in on this because I've had one child that was a bully and I've had two that have been bullied. The one that was bullied, believe me, she was not a bully for very long. She basically got grounded and all the rest of it. But in saying that, what made her to become a bully, because this was a teacher's issue that turned around and said to my child that you need to grow a backbone. And so my child, with no other content, like no other discussion on it or anything like that, I basically just said, you need to go and tell a teacher anytime it happens, you've got to make them aware and all that sort of stuff. So she did what I told her to do because I wasn't at school with her. So she did what I told her to do. And then basically the teacher just told her to, grow a pair basically. And so she did. And then she got suspended for it.
And there's also a difference between having a backbone and being bullied. So, because when it's more than one person bullying you at a time, as a student that was bullied by multiple people at once, you can only have so much of a backbone when it's more than one person.
Yeah. And to be fair, like when I went to school, we didn't have social media. So if you were bullied at school, you were only bullied at school. And maybe occasionally on the weekend, but you didn't come home.
Especially now, it makes its way onto YouTube, TikTok.
That's what I'm saying. Like when I was at school, if you were bullied at school, you were only bullied at school, and maybe occasionally you might run into your bully on the weekend. But you generally knew where they hung out and you just avoided those areas. So you had a way to protect yourself. And, when you went home, the bullying generally stopped. And that it wasn't, you might have got hacked on the way home on the bus or whatever, or on the way to school, but it generally stopped when school stopped. So you had those breaks and all that sort of stuff. Whereas now it follows them home. Like there is no rest from it. It's on their phones. It's on their YouTube. It's thrown up on bloody Instagram. It's in private stories, Snapchat, everything.
And even if your parents cut you off from things like, because I have plenty of friends, but we all have younger kids. When I say younger, I mean under the age of 13, which is how old you're supposed to be to have social media. It doesn't matter because there's too many parents that are letting their 9-year-olds have social media accounts and lie about how old they are. So it's still making its way onto social media. So it's still making its way through school way faster than it did when it was just a word of mouth style of bullying. Now, bullying is bullying, but it's exacerbated by the fact that it can be posted online and the internet doesn't die.
Yeah.
You put it there, it's there forever.
Yeah.
So as long as somebody has a screenshot of something or has saved something to a device, it will live forever, regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate social media for that aspect because kids just don't get a break. And that's what pushes the kids over the edge, is that they don't get a break.
And parents parents can only monitor social media accounts so much. I can't, as a parent, I can't, Ari's 7, so she doesn't have to really worry about it right now. But I can't follow 1,500 different student accounts to make sure that they're not saying shit they're not supposed to be saying. I can only go off of what is brought to my attention, what I'm shown, what happens to come across a newsfeed somewhere. But like, because I think that what happens is that kids get bullied, they end it all, right? And then it comes back on, well, the parents didn't do enough. We can only do so much.
That's it. Like you can't keep blaming the parents because, as you said, we can only do so much as parents. Like I had 3 teenage daughters. Now imagine trying to keep up with like nearly 3,000 people on the internet. I can barely keep up with my own friends, let alone their friends. Like,
right. Well, and it was one thing, like, I feel like parents had way more control over what was going on when it was contained to the schools.
Yeah. Yes.
But even when I was in high school, it was no longer contained to the schools because we had MySpace. And MySpace had the top 8, which was like your top 8 friends or whatever. And I literally watched a fight happen between 2 female students that were best friends the day before. Because one got into the other's MySpace account. They exchanged information, which is stupid, but they exchanged information, and the one went into the others, and they rearranged their top 8 so that one of the girls wasn't on the top 8 anymore, and that caused a fight because it turned into a bully situation. Like we can all, like as a parent, like we can only follow so much. When it was just contained to the schools, you could go down to the you could go down to school, you could yell at the principal, you could be like, okay, well, y'all claim zero tolerance, so fucking do something about it. Like this is getting ridiculous. But we can't like hunt down every single person on the internet to try to stop it.
I had a situation where there was a girl in town here. She's no longer in town. She was bullying one of my kids. I drove up beside her in the car with my kid in the car. And I said, "Is that the one bullying you?" And she's like, "Yeah." So I drove up and pulled up and I'm like, "Hey, how you going?" Friendly as. She's like, "Yeah, good. What's up?" I'm like, "I hear you keep touching my kid up." And she's like, looked at me like a deer in the headlights. I'm like, "We're going to go and talk to your mum right now. Get in the car." She got in the car. And then I had to talk to her mum about, stranger danger, right? You need to have to talk to your kid about this because she got into my car, no questions asked. But this is the situation. And like, because it was just getting beyond a joke. That was one thing that I could control. But when it came to the internet, I had no control. Half the people that my daughter had on her friends list, where this is my eldest daughter, because she was right into social media and stuff like that. Basically, half the people that she had on her list, I'm like, you don't even know these people. They live like 4 hours away. What do you got on there? And it wouldn't matter how much I sat her down and talked to her about it. I had to go through every single talk that you could think of as a parent with that kid about sending pictures to guys that ask for pictures, like all the things I had to go through with her. So when it came to the other 2, I'm like, this is the deal. You start breaking these rules.
That's it.
Like I had 5 years to prepare them before they were going to end up on social media. You won't be getting social media until you're 13. And if I find you on social media, I'll add a year onto that sentence. And then you won't ever have social media in this house. And so and then they didn't know who my friends were that I had. And I just said to them, I'm like, I have a YouTube channel and I have thousands of people that follow me, and I also have hundreds of people that talk to me on a daily basis. If they see you anywhere, and you're not going to know who they are, so just don't do it.
Yeah, I feel like it was bullying has just been exacerbated by the fact that we have social media. There's no way to tell a kid.
I totally agree with that.
There's no way to tell a kid to have a backbone. My little brother has one of the toughest backbones that a 15-year-old can have. And he's dealt with bullying and has put his hands on people because they won't leave him alone. And then been afraid that he's going to be the one that gets in trouble because he was bullied and did something. But it made its way to social media. It made its way through phones. It made its way through whatever. And we can't only police, there's no way to tell a kid to have a backbone and stand up for themselves because they can't stand up against the entire world. And that's what we're asking them to do when it comes to the bullying making its way to social media.
And like Or, like, I can see what Coda's saying there. Like, some people are ultra sensitive, and they get upset by the slightest slight at them. So, you know, like someone might call them a dick. We'll tone it down a bit for here. Might call them a dick on several, and they get really upset about it because some kids are ultra sensitive, and they don't have any backbone because they are ultra sensitive people, and they're always like that. They'll be like that through their life. They won't and can't handle someone calling them a name or thinking of them in a different manner or stuff like that. You know, what it stems from, who knows? It could be that that's just their personality, or they, you know, maybe come from an abused home. They also could have low self-esteem for whatever reason and all that sort of stuff. So it's hard to, as you say, have a background when there's all these outlying things that could be happening with that person. So, yeah. Would you agree?
I do agree. Yes. I mean, especially if you feel like you're not safe anywhere, like if you're not safe at home and then you go to school seeking safety and then you're also not safe at school, I don't think there's a way for you to have a backbone. You
do become stronger, and I know this because I was bullied at school from age 8 right through my high school years because I was always the new kid, so I was always bullied. I went to 11 different schools through my school career, and I was pretty much bullied the whole time because the new kids always picked on. And then I also had abusive parents, so I never got a rest from the abuse, which then it just basically flowed on into my first marriage, which was domestic violence. And you do become, at some point, you either take the option of unaliving, or you become so strong that you don't let anybody stand over you anymore. And that's been my experience.
And I think it also depends, because if you already have a sensitive personality type, it's not going to. I mean, people like to say that, like, whatever the shit is that I've dealt with has made me stronger. I don't think it has, to be honest. It's just made it so that I can make myself go numb if I have to. But that's not the same thing as having strength. It's just turning off. I just know how to turn off my feelings if it gets to be to the point that it's too overwhelming to deal with it.
But in a way, that is strength, because a lot of people don't have that ability to turn off their emotions so they can guard themselves.
Which is true, but that's more. It is more detrimental to my mental health. The fact that I can turn off all feeling and be completely numb and act like nothing bothers me, because eventually it bubbles back up to the surface. Which is why I have a sensitive personality type anyway, but that's why, as someone who's had almost 8 years, actually, I think I'm past 8 years. I am past 8 years by 7 days of clean time, recovery, whatever you want to call it. All of my there's no way for me to hide emotions unless I turn them off. And I choose not to turn them off, because once I turn them off, it's very hard for me to turn them back on again. Because if I've been pushed to the point that I feel like I have to turn my emotions off to safeguard myself from abuse or whatever it is that I'm trying to protect myself from, it can take an exuberant amount of time for me to turn any feelings back on. And then it seems that I'm unfeeling and like I don't care, because I don't.
That makes sense. Most definitely makes sense. Casper says, I saw a child at my daughter's elementary school have iPhones and filming a TikTok.
Yeah, Ari asks me for an iPhone like every day of her life, and I told her no.
Also, I've never once blamed my parents for my attempts. People aren't mind readers, and a lot of people are good at hiding what they are going through. Yep, very much so. As parents, we do that. We hide what we're going through from our children to protect our children. that we're as parents, a lot of us are very apt at doing that sort of stuff. Christina says, my son goes to school online because we could not find a school that was good for him and his autism. However, it filled up because of bullying. Yeah, there's a lot of kids that I actually pulled my youngest daughter out of school at 15. I went, that's it, you're done. It's time to be an adult now. You're done with schooling. It doesn't work. It's like, I mean, she's ADHD, and so she doesn't always use her powers for good. Sometimes she stirs the pot, but she just wasn't dealing with the teenage angst. She is better off being around older people than what she is being around her own age group. She functions better in that older age group, so her sister and older. She gets along with people a lot better in that age group because there's not that teenage angst happening. And she was really depressed and all that sort of stuff. And for a fleeting moment, I thought I made a mistake on that, but it wasn't until like 2-3 weeks later when my husband sat there and just said to me, he goes, mate, you did the right, because I didn't discuss it with him or anything. I just pulled her straight out. There was no discussion to be had. I just made the executive decision. And basically she's kicking goals now, and that she's happier than she's ever been, than she ever was at school. So I think that it's worked really well for her. And sometimes you just got to pull them out of school, put them in homeschooling, or just pull them out of school altogether and let them get a job and work out the rest later. Like college isn't the be all and end all. That's just my opinion, but this was also why he does not have social media. He uses mine when he needs to, and we have just been talking about getting him his own email. That's fair enough. All right. Okay, so we're going to do an hour. You're all right with that, Neva?
Yeah,
an hour. Yeah, cool. This will be the last sprint as well, and so we will see you in an hour. Hello, we are back. How'd you go, Neva, that sprint? Did you throw the book across the room?
Oh, I didn't even read any more of that fucking book. I mean, I will make it to 50% because that's what I said in the vlog, but this book is not good. I actually listened to some more of Anne of Green Gables.
And how are you liking it?
It's a fun time.
Mm-hmm.
Poor Anne. I feel bad for her.
I know.
Poor baby. They wanted a boy and they got Anne instead.
Yeah.
I feel bad for her. But I mean, so far it's good. I do have about like 5 hours left at the speed I'm listening to because Rachel McAdams kind of talks fast. So
Yeah.
I can't listen to her at quite speed. But I have her at 1.7.
Mm-hmm. Actually, that's probably the best speed to listen to Anne of Green Gables by any narrator that I've because I've listened to 2. I can't think of who the other. Megan Follows. I've listened to her. She's the original Anne that was in the TV miniseries, and I listened to her, and she speaks quite fast too. But that was an abridged version of it. Like I was listening to it with Now.
The thing is, like, I've seen adaptations. But if I read Anne of Green Gables, it was in like 8th grade. What's the book that I read in high school? So, I don't know. It's cute, and I don't feel bad for Anne. I might have to go buy this book.
I've got about 4 different copies, and Savannah's got a couple as well. It's our favorite book, so
I think Ari would like it, and we have like the classics, like a classics version of Winnie the Pooh that I got at the indie bookshop. But they only have abridged or like children adaptations of Anne of Green Gables at the indie bookshop, so I'll have to order it from like Barnes. But it's cute. I feel bad for Anne though.
It is also one that you'll have to put onto your series spreadsheet because it is a series.
Yeah, it is a series. I will have it's fine. It's okay. But no, I didn't read any more of this monstrosity. But I will read.
Anne of Green Gables is a safe bet.
I will read 50%, and then I have to take all the footage off my SD card tomorrow and reformat my SD card because it's full. And that just happens. Although I am getting a second SD card tomorrow, so I may not reformat this one right away. I may just wait since I'll have a second one.
Can I make a suggestion to you? If you're going to have multiple SD cards, label them with the date that you purchased them so you know what one's your oldest one.
Oh, that's a good idea. We'll do that. But I don't like this book. So if I make it, if there's no hope at 50%, it's getting
judging by what you said already, there's definitely no hope in that book right now.
Well, and then I went and I read reviews on this book. People are giving this book 5 stars. People are saying that they like this book better than 13 Reasons Why. Absolutely not. And they're also saying, and like there were people that were like, this was a haunting story, but the end was disappointing because it's like, I guess it's like ambiguous or whatever. I don't really give a shit about spoilers. I don't like this book, so I don't care about spoilers. And they were like, I just wanted to know if she decided to unalive herself or not. And I'm like, okay, but no one mentioned the fact that listen, I will read it to you. I'll Voxer it to you. I will read the entire passage I'm talking about on Voxer. I'm not reading it on the internet, but I'll read it on Voxer.
Yep.
I feel like you're going to feel the same way that I do about this, and no one mentioned this in their review.
Really?
It's a step-by-step guide, bro, and no one mentioned it in their review. Not on Storygraph. I need to go check Goodreads and see if anyone mentioned it.
I feel like there might be something on Goodreads, maybe not on Storygraph, but
if there's something on Goodreads, but out of the, and there were quite a few. I mean, for as young as Storygraph is, because Storygraph only became in development in like 2020, I think was when the beta ran. For as young as it is, no one said anything about it. And I'm like, well, that's really weird that like no one said anything about it, but y'all are like out here praising this book. That's a terrible book, and you should never give it to a teenager. So
Chris is saying they looked up the book and the UK readers like it better than American readers. Can't say I have much interest in the
I don't
novel.
care who likes this book. Whoever likes this book, you're wrong. But that's okay. We can all have our opinions. I'm sorry. It's not good. This is part of, did I tell you that I'm a vlog where Ari picked my books? So this is one of the books that she picked. She liked it because it had flowers on the cover. She has no idea what this book is actually about. But basically, we're following this teenager. She's like 16 or something. I don't know how old she is. But we're following this teenager for the last 22 days of her life while she decides if she's going to unalive herself after okay, and I actually figured this out. She can't speak because her last attempt had to do with her esophagus and stuff, and she damaged her esophagus and her voice box.
Yeah.
So she physically can't speak?
Yeah. Because I was going to ask that before, but I thought, no, that's probably getting a little bit too graphic.
Well,
it's more of a Patreon discussion.
And it looks like honestly, I figured it out because of the discussion questions at the back.
See, I feel like those discussion questions should be in the front.
Yeah, the discussion questions in the back. The first question is, Daylin's last attempt injured her esophagus and vocal cords. She can't talk to others, and at school, some students think she is mute. Daylin and her silence form a relationship. And then there's questions like, how does her silence insulate her? Does the silence keep her a prisoner? Like, I just feel like these aren't the right. I just don't feel like these are the right discussion questions to be having, but that's fine. What do I know? I'm just a reader, you know? I'm just a reader.
Yeah, what the hell would you know, Neva?
I know nothing about writing a book. It's fine.
Selena joined us during the last sprint. How you going, hon? It's always the last sprint. I need to get my shit together. It's fine. I had my last big bender of all-nighters last night before I have to adult and sleep normal patterns because this bitch has to go back to actual person uni at 9 a.m. on Monday. Adulting sucks. But hey, friends. Got to 89% in The Drowning Deep. I'll see if I can finish it before bed. Nice. You made good progress on that, Anna. That's awesome. Christina got to chapter 11 and put the younger one to bed. So glad that there is no school because I just get caught up listening and lose track of time. I did that last night. I haven't read anything today, and I think that's because I finished 3 books last night. I mean, I didn't read the whole books, but I finished 3. So
I mean, I finished 2 books today because I finished the Book of Longings and I finished Silver Fox. I finished both.
Nice. Thanks for the sprints. No worries, Anna. Thanks for being here and appreciate the watch time. I really need to read Anne of Green Gables. I have several copies and I've never read it. Oh, I think you'll like it. There's probably not enough trauma in there for you, but there's some. There is some. I like the original miniseries that came out on TV with Megan Follows, but for a more up-to-date adaptation and with an E was pretty good. I
thought Emma with an E was cute.
Yeah, it was really good, but I'm just pissed that they cancelled it. In true Netflix form.
Netflix loves to do that. They love to give us a taste and then be like, just kidding.
Yeah, sucked in. Because they could have just went so far with it. No, so yeah, but anyway. Anne of Green Gables was one of my childhood faves. I relate to it a lot. We've answered this and all that sort of stuff. So we've answered all that. Where are we up to? And this book was in the teen part of the library.
It's in the teen section is the YA section at my library. It's just labeled as teen, and it was in the teen section. Like, I watched Ari pull it off the shelf. So it was even like in the teen section where I was sitting at a table and I watched her pull it off the shelf. So like also there's a teen label on the spine right here.
Yeah.
So
Glenda got to chapter 27 of Bipartisan, a very sweet queer romance. Nice. You should go back to Anne. Sounds like it's much better. I agree.
Yeah,
Anne Just stay with Anne. And Nicole and Eva, thank you both for hosting. Thank you for being here, Chris. Glenda, sorry. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the welcomes that you give everybody as well. I never seem to like the books that have discussion questions in the book. They tend to be an Oprah-style trauma, and we all know I'm not a big reader of trauma. Yeah, okay, Chris.
I'm sorry.
And the joke of the day goes to Chris.
Chris reads this trauma.
Who's the author again? You did say earlier. Of the
Julie Ann Peters.
Julie Ann Peters. Okay, cool.
And I can't tell you what she looks like because her picture is not on the back of this book. Or not
she doesn't have a picture in the book because she doesn't want that people to notice her in the street. I wouldn't either if I was giving her how to
instruction. Because she's written, it says in here that she has written more than 15 books for children and young adults. Man. What? I'm sorry.
Say her name again. What was her name?
Julie Ann with an E. Peters.
Okay, yep. Let's see what she's wrote.
What she's written
Ann with an E. Keeping You a Secret. That is an audio book. That book that you're reading right now is an audio book on Audible.
Cool. I'm not buying. I am not.
It's an Audible. It's an Audible exclusive. That's why I couldn't find it.
Great. Well, guess what? I'm not going to waste a credit on this book. Absolutely not. Absolutely.
So where's she reading a physical copy of the book?
Oh, hi, Ryan. How you going?
I actually have it on my Kindle. But because I let her pick at the library, I can hold these up in the video. So I do mark it in here so I can say what actual page I'm on.
She seems to write a lot of stuff around like teenage angst. So she's got Keeping You a Secret, and it looks like it's got two girls on the cover, from what I can tell. It looks like two girls. Could be wrong. Lies My Girlfriend Told Me. The one you're reading, Define Normal, Rage, A Love Story. Okay. That sounds toxic.
It all sounds toxic, dude.
Romeo and Juliet. No, that's William Shakespeare. Why is William Shakespeare under her thing? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so there's only a couple. She also wrote Luna as well. Keeping You a Secret, the one you're reading, and Luna are all Audible exclusives.
Great. And guess what? I'm not going to spend a credit on.
Yeah. So. I
mean, that explains why I couldn't find it, because I did look for it. But no thanks.
Do you have sprints on your channel tomorrow, on Saturday? Sorry.
I do, but they're not scheduled yet.
Okay, cool. Thanks for hosting. No worries. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day too. Not enough trauma for Chris. Probably not. Megan's version is my fave. It's my fave too on that. But they did a pretty good job with Anne with an E. I think that they casted it really well. Remember to hydrate. Thank you, and hit the like button. Made it to page 182. I'm almost finished, so I'm still working on it. I am, however, going to kick myself because of what time it is. Yeah, that's the problem with sprinting and books and all that sort of stuff. The OG miniseries with Megan Follows as Anne is always going to be my favorite. I agree. It's top tier. Neva should read I'm a Fan after this to read something great. It's not a trauma book. It's not a trauma book.
I have it. It actually just popped up. That's funny that you said that. The audiobook just popped up in my Libby. So I did ask, like I did request it because it popped up in my Libby. Because I plan on reading it, but I had to wait.
I'm a Fan's pretty quick read too, because it's like little vignettes on each page, so it's pretty quick. So yeah. Thanks for the 10-minute sprints. No worries. Love you both. No worries, Selena. Sunday, Patreon sprints. Last hurrah before you go back to uni on Monday. 9 a.m. Be there. Just looked it up. There is one copy throughout my state, and it is in the YA section as well. There you go. Julianne Peters died last year. No more books from her.
Rest in peace. But this book is a monstrosity.
Yeah. Not to speak ill of the dead writer or anything, but
speak ill of the dead. But this book is not a good one.
Yeah. Wow, the reviews at the library are crazy. We have 40 copies of By the Time You Read This, I'll Be Dead in the library system. Can't say I'm surprised.
This is the only copy that my library has. So
we access to all libraries in our state, and there is one. Because evidently someone went, you know what, this is probably not a book that we want to have in our library. And that's a library's prerogative to say that. Like, I think that if they don't want to have it, that's fine. I'll be there the whole time. Awesome. Can't wait. I'll be doing, I don't know what I'll be doing. I'm hoping to get the libraries taped up around the windows and all that sort of stuff, and getting that started on Sunday. So I'm probably going to use the sprints to do that and listen to an audiobook, because we have Sunday recess sprints. So yeah. For comparison's sakes, we have 122 copies of Trespassers in our library system.
Absolutely.
Only 2 are currently available to check out. Like, that was such a shit book. What?
Well, I will say this: somebody's waiting in line, because you know how on Libby it'll show you if somebody's waiting for a book. Someone's waiting in line for this book. They're gonna be waiting until I finish reading it. So. But it says one person is waiting. I don't know who that person is. I hope it's not a teenager. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, Selena. Oh, I love your mind. It's great. Hello, Christina. It looks like they wrote a lot of books for LGBT rep. Yeah, it looks like that too. The ones I was just looking at as well look very, very much that way. Do you have a big library, Chris? Sounds like that Chris does. All right, that is the last comment. We obviously have done the last sprint. We're going to bounce out. We'll catch you all again very, very soon. You're going to schedule your sprints probably tomorrow. Is that correct?
Yeah, they'll be scheduled.
Yep, cool. The kids reading it said they loved it and relate to it and wish they knew what she chose. Oh, so you don't actually find out whether she does or not. Why go through all that for that?
That's a lot. Well, that's a lot of what the reviews are, is that the ending is super ambiguous, and so you don't actually know if she like, what was the point?
Yeah, that's what I mean. What's the point? Anyway,
give me a happily ever after or not, I guess. Like, there's no hope in this book.
Anyway, we're going to bounce. We'll catch you on various different places across the internet. Have a great day, everybody, or evening, or sleep, or whatever you're going to do. Don't forget, keep turning those pages, and we'll see you in the next video. Bye for now.